I have a question for you, Wooly.
Mm-hmm.
In the incoming events dealing with Guilty Gear, is it going to be absolutely mandatory, as it should be, that when people are talking about the new character's choice in the roster, that they say Bedman every single time, as if it were a question, because that's the correct name for that character?
I'm gonna say yes with a slight variation. My preference is Bedman.
Bedman?
Bedman.
Just that upward
Yeah.
inflection on the
Kai
end.
Kisk versus Bedman.
Maybe? I don't, what a strange title for a character.
But what an awesome callback in the way they're doing it lore wise. It's super cool how they set that up because so yeah, the meme I've been engaging with online has been the let's go grab some ancient classic Asherah or Shiva mounting up on their chariot riding
You're
down
right.
through the heavens to let you know that if you watched Guilty Gear lore, you are like that, enlightened, telling people about the things they don't understand when they go, I don't get what's going on, and all you had to do was keep up on the lore, baby. But I got
Do
your
you
back.
really need to know that much? Because I look at Bedman
Bedman?
and I go, that's not Bedman.
It's
That's a
not.
that's a totally different person.
You
Therefore, you see the
y-
bed and you
yes.
see the not Bedman and you
Yeah.
go, Bedman?
So they basically they telegraphed back in Exerd her existence and more or less give you that his entire motivation as a character is around his sister. So
Mm-hmm.
she's talked about heavily in without seeing her in back in Exerd, and then in the another story DLC that came out with the characters that didn't get any spotlight in the original Strive story mode.
Mm-hmm.
She's featured prominently as main um, the main problem that needs to be dealt with. And yeah, so they you don't like you're gonna not understand where she came from and why she's doing what she's doing without knowing, I guess, or without watching the lore and or watching the story. But you know, I'm sure you can get the context clues up through win quotes and intros probably. Also, you'll notice that the bed itself is fucking destroyed.
Yeah, it looks like shit.
Yeah, and you'll notice that like while Bedman was asleep in the bed back in the day, and it was like fighting, according to his will. In this case, she's like hiding from this and like running and scared while it's attacking and protecting her.
It's a really weird. So like, there's your Carl Clover or your puppet character that has the two people, but this one's really strange. This is
Mm-hmm.
somebody who doesn't want to be there
Mm-hmm.
and
It's
a totally autonomous fight machine.
I mean, I love the fact that so far the two, well, like I'm not gonna. Gold Lewis is not a puppet character, but Gold
Hmm.
Lewis fights with a weapon that is another thing, another
Yeah,
person, and the usage of that is like very. It's very weird and Guilty Gear esque in how it's like ABBA, right? How ABBA swings around Paracelsus as
right.
like and that's a living creature. But it's also a weapon. In this case, yeah, you have they're like, okay, we have a puppet character, so to speak, but it's a reluctant puppeteer, and the bed frame is just doing all the fighting despite whatever Delilah
Yeah,
wants it
you're
to
you're
do.
playing as some form of bed man,
Mm-hmm.
but there's also a little girl there that doesn't want to be there, that happens to be hanging out with the bed man.
So she doesn't hate it because it does protect her, and she does know that it's her brother's spirit. But like, it's definitely like, I'm not in control of this thing, and hey, bed frame, can you chill out? Can you
No,
just, you know?
I can't chill
Um,
out because I'm some form of bed man.
yeah. Um, No, she knows. She knows that she knows that it's her brother, and that her whole drive. It's actually like
That
so.
guy an asshole.
Yeah. Okay. So spoilers if you haven't like caught up on or keeping up with
Well, you
Guilty
can't
Gear lore.
spoil a fighting game.
You absolutely can when they make 6-hour episode chunks for you to sit and watch. Like, and it's no gameplay. You just press play and watch the movie that goes on for hours and on end. Yeah, man. Bedman is an asshole and was an asshole for sure. Has his little his motives though that he reveals before he is destroyed by the bigger bad, and the main
Is that why
thing.
he looks like Kabuto from Naruto? He's working under
No,
the big bad, but he's
no,
not the big bad.
he is even dorkier than Kabuto. Kabuto
Oh
has
God.
like that kind of style glasses and hair, but he still has a normal shaped haircut to some
Yeah.
degree. Like Bedman's is doing the full foppish, like young lord, young whatever you call that. It's like not a bowl cut, but it's that like old Middle Ages prince, like that kid that guts fucked up. Like that kind of haircut. Anyways, the point is ultimately that she's out for revenge because even though Bedman was a shit, he was
Family.
kind of he got fucked over essentially by the Sanctus Maximus, who is then fucked over by that man, but is not actually, and the real that man is fucking out there being happy chaos and doing shit and yada yada yada, back and forth. There's another that man, and so Delilah's out for
Sin
revenge.
likes to eat meat.
Delilah's out for revenge, and so is Biken. But Delilah's a 12-year-old, and Biken's kind of learning that her revenge is way more complicated because back in the day when Biken was just a samurai Kenshin replacement, it was like, gotta go kill the guy that killed everybody, real simple. And then as the Guilty Gear plot started to unfurl and become this insane convoluted mess where that man is this and that, but he's not that, and there's another version of him, and we flip and fold and divide and split it apart and then sprinkle more garnish and divide those pieces as well. The idea of just wanting to get revenge on that man becomes kind of muddled and confusing. But the ultimate, like, okay, who am I going to kill? Who's to blame for it? There's still a person you can point to. And she's like, yeah, fuck that. I'm going to go get happy chaos. That's the reason. And Delilah's like, I also want revenge. And Biken's like, no, but revenge will kill you. It'll destroy you. Don't do it.
Jam works at a restaurant.
So now it's going to be on Biken to kind of like calm Delilah down and, get her to like be a normal happy 12-year-old and not just dedicate her whole life to revenge because she can see the same thing about to happen to this kid. Yeah.
It likes yo-yos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Also, they still clearly haven't told Sin what's going on with him and his eye because he thinks babies come from eyes.
Are you serious?
Yeah, there's a whole
That's
scene.
fucking hilarious.
There's a whole scene where Sin is like, "Hey man, I'm gonna help you save your kid. You got your eye patch. I know that that's your daughter." And Biken's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he's like, "Yeah, we all know that. I'm old enough to know that babies fall out of your eye." And everyone like fucking shits themselves.
Jesus.
Yeah. So.
For a king, his education mandate isn't very good.
Well, good thing he's not or will never be king.
I meant so Kai's education mandate for his bullshit is not very good.
Oh, well, that's what happens when you leave it up to Soul, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you go here,
man.
take this thing, you figure it out. That's all Soul's doing, actually. So
Soul's the kind of guy who you like, can you watch the kids for a second and then you come back 5 minutes later and your house is on fire.
yeah, no, literally, exactly that. That's the problem.
You
Um,
can't just bandit revolver all your problems away, Fred.
except you actually can, and when the kid is a gear, it's like, yeah, I don't know, you figure this out, man. Again, his uh 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 the other previous moment was the description that his big happy treat when he has a good day is sugar water, you know.
God
So
damn, I don't want to talk to anybody about sugar water.
yeah, it's like butter sandwiches, you know.
At least he's got the water.
Yeah. So anyway, Bedman is the
Bedman?
new character announced for Guilty Gear Strive, and yeah, telegraphed, of course, from the way the story's been playing out. That's cool. It's also interesting because we get to see a character return. So the move list, Bedman's fighting style, gameplay wise, is like they can preserve it while changing the gimmicks around. It's kind of
Well, yeah,
interesting. A lot of
because we're not
characters you do
playing as
that.
Bedman. We're playing as Bedman.
Bedman. So when you see the main bed frame moves like in place, you're like, okay, that's all the stuff that it does. But like you can get rid of the time rewind gimmick that it used to use, or you can get rid of the the after image EX moves, and you can kind of just use it more as, again, like a Delilah protector puppet character or so. You can mix things up a little bit, and it seems like that's what they're going for. So that's a cool way to, like, create a returning character, but it's not a returning character type of thing.
So I have to say, one of the things you mentioned earlier is the bed is fucked up, and it made me think about how maybe this is just me, but I'm sure it's not. I'm sure there's other people who have this appeal. Like, I feel like almost every incredible design of a sleek, cool, future, amazing thing, that's really nice. But what if you fucked it up and made it like look barely working and totally
Mm-hmm.
busted?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking.
The dumb, stupid looking bed frame that stands upright with the arms and legs and the goofy sphere head looks cooler when it's falling apart.
Yeah.
Right? It really
When it's like held
does.
together with like little pieces of metal and string and it's busted and its eyes falling out.
Especially when you know that the reason why it looks that fucked up is partially due to Venom, Slayer, Gabriel, Potemkin's commander, all like doing damage and fucking that thing up before the end, and RoboCop as well. Like, that bread frame took a fucking beating in the Exert story, and but it also is like almost indestructible. But that's how it like managed to survive all of that.
What
But
the
yeah,
bed of the bed man anyway?
but like my point is that you want to talk about some of the biggest badasses in fucking Guilty Gear. It's up there, taking
The
hits
bed.
from
The
the
bed
bed
of
took
the bed man
the bed of
is
Bedman
up there.
took hits from the all of the above, so
Is the bed some kind of bed man?
don't sleep on the bed. Don't the bed's more
Shut up.
powerful than you
Shut your
think.
mouth. That's terrible. Go to hell.
You're right, y'all been sleeping on that bed. Don't sleep on it. It's way stronger than you think.
I hate it.
Yeah. And then, of course, at the end, we got another little tease, which is obvious, really. We kind of expected this, but I guess they're just saving it. We're gonna fucking finally get Asuka R. that man, playable. And I want him to be, like, Happy Chaos is Gunman,
Right.
right? And it's actually, like, it's not a cutesy, it's still a fighting game character, like Noelle in Blaze Blue is like, I've got a gun, but I'm really still just fighting you. And even Chris in Marvel is like, I'm a gun fighting game character, and Happy Chaos is like, no, I'm shooting the gun, and anything else I do is incidental to the genre, but really
Just want to shoot the gun, man.
bang.
I want to play Call of Duty on this 2D plane. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's what he's trying to do at all times. Happy Chaos fucking hates the fact that he's in a fighting game. But I want Asuka to just be a stupid wizard. Like maximum insane spellcasting nonsense for maximum swag, of course. Because that's what he is. That's what he's supposed to be, a mage with a giant spell book next to him, and the pages are flipping, and he's just dropping spells on you from a distance, like fucking you up. That's what I want to see, you know. And then like maybe like up close, like one really YOLO all or nothing, reversal super or something like that, just for the get off of me, and a teleport out, and then fucking you up with spells from a distance again.
So basically, you want a level 20 wizard in a game in which everybody else is a 10th level fighter.
But they're 10th level fighters with the ability to stop time and drift forward.
Sure, monks, artificers, fucking whatever. But you want the I cast, you get cancer and fall over and die. Like
I want like okay, I'm Nagoriyuki and my blood is at 50%, but also I've been stacked with 2 frost. I have 1 pip of poison on me, and if I step forward into that detonator, a wall will explode behind me.
So basically, you want to go back to the nightmare gimmick characters that everybody was happy haven't shown up in Strive yet?
Doctor Strange.
Oh.
Eye of Agamotto.
No, you know what it should be? If you pick fucking that man, you get behind the shoulder and you start sending out fucking minions, and you have to play a game of Guilty Gear 2.
No,
don't do it.
Yeah, I'm hoping for maximum spellcasting Guilty Gear style, you know? And then like I don't know, maybe the more spells you use, the further through the pages you flip, you know, and then
the more your cat ears come back.
And then eventually you get to the end of the book, and maybe when you close the book there's like a big payoff for that, you know?
Oh, gee, you just want to... Oh, what's his fucking name? There's a Hunter x Hunter character that you're actually describing by accident.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's a guy who fights with a big-ass book just in his hand.
Yeah. I remember seeing... So back in the day when I was just like, trying to get my art school chops going, I remember I was just like going heavy into concept art inspiration and stuff. And there's some really awesome concept artists. And I remember this one that just drew like modern day fantasy characters, and like a modern day spellcaster with like the book in like a kind of like like a leather binding, you know, and like a bunch of like straps, and kind of there's a whole cool thing to it that was just like really aesthetically sick. And I've always just been like, man, you don't really see a ton of like spell book usage in a stylish way in fighting games, you know? Like
the future of the spell book is an iPhone.
Yeah. But the aesthetics of pages turning is awesome.
Yeah.
You know? So it'd be great to see some sort of like core mechanic around that, and he's you know, he's using the tome, rips a page out, and like some shit happens, you know? I don't know. Go go nuts with it. But anyways, we're getting him in May. And we'll see whatever that turns into. Yeah, that seems like it's going to be the round out of season 2 for Guilty Gear. So, good shit, you know. That thing's coming along.
Feel like every piece of care I had in the world for Guilty Gear Strive evaporated when they said they were going to bring rollback to Dragon Ball. Well, like Strive is still incredible and fantastic, but like I would just...
Oh, they scratch different itches for me. For me, Strive is the 1v1 fighter like slot, and Dragon Ball and like Marvel share the same space. Like a tag fighter's hyper slot is a different
So,
Like,
like, I get
you know.
that. That makes perfect sense, except, like, I don't really care for Marvel, but I really, really enjoyed DBZ. I think it was, like, the simpler, like, base for the characters.
Hmm. Well, I mean, either way, more is good. More choice is good. Excellent games that you can jump back and forth onto and enjoy liberally. Strive in particular. Yeah, I think. Let me just confirm it. But uh, speaking of that game, good timing with the reveal and such. We're gonna try this weekend to get a local strong player. The uh, the best Nago Ryuki in town happens to
Mhm.
be known by the name Test Your Luck. Um, he's not just the best Nago Ryuki in Montreal. He's the best Nago Ryuki uh, on ranked. Period.
Okay.
So it's pretty much between him and Hotashi. It's kind of fucking incredible. That and lucky that he happens to live right here. So we're just gonna be like, yo, come over to run some sets, teach me how to use this fucking guy. I don't know what I'm doing. So that should be going down next Get Into Fighting Games on Saturday. So come hang
Oh,
out.
fantastic.
Should be cool. Um and yeah, if well, anyways, all this to say that I hope that Guilty Gear is doing well enough that they can consider a third season or so. But
I'm sure
um,
they will.
yeah, I imagine that like if you have if you have a DLC pack that consists of like 4 characters, like they kind of went for 4. So a lot of times you'll have like 5 or 6 even. I feel like they went with lower characters here, but they also made the story mode, and then they had like I guess
Mhm.
3 stages. So I don't mind the idea of like trading off a character for a giant like story mode edition. It's
Yeah, makes
not.
sense.
Yeah, I like characters are definitely like cool and good to have, but like the effort they put in to the way they do their stories is high enough that I'm like, yeah, no, I don't mind trading off a slot for that. They put out like again like their movies every time.
Yeah.
So
They're
um
inscrutable 6-hour long movies that
mm-hmm,
only
mm-hmm.
you and 22 other people understand. And the people that watch your video, of course.
Yeah. Go check that shit out if you're still looking to catch up, but you'll have time. Um Especially when they just dropped the first silhouette, and the first silhouette of season 3 is going to have a monocle cuz I mean, come the fuck on, right? What are we doing? We've already like the 3 characters we know we're going to sell back to you
Mhm.
are Dizzy, Biken, and Slayer.
Yeah,
This-
it's actually Slayer
but
is living in the space that Akuma apparently lives in now, where
they
Akuma
know.
gets to be like, yeah, we know you fuckers are gonna
They
buy
know.
Akuma.
They absolutely know. It's become planned at this point. Like, who do we remove from the base roster to drop it to give it back to you?
And we'll
Um,
cheer every time.
yeah. Um, I, god damn, I really want to see what Hakan would look like, man. It would be so much
I would
fun.
like to see Hakan.
Yeah, it would be so much fun to imagine like his version of a drive impact plus oil sliding across half the stage.
I feel like Hakan
Um,
would be a remarkably poor choice for Street Fighter Six's new system because, like, Street Fighter Six has, are you in drive? Are you normal? Are you burnt out? And then Hakan would get to be, are you in drive with oil or without oil? Are you normal with oil or without oil? Are you burnt out with oil or without oil?
mm-hmm,
And just
mm-hmm.
the nonsense that would be to try and remember for just you.
It would start to get insane, but like some people love that. So there are the lab monsters and the scientists, as they say, the people that just like love extrapolating the frame data. Someone like Juicebox Abel would just fucking love to see more variants of frame data for characters. So yeah, I mean, shit. There's anyone like Jamie with the drinks. You already got to consider all that anyway, right? So It'd be really great to see Hakan come back though.
Yeah, Jamie
Like,
honestly is like three characters that I like in Street Fighter combined into one person.
exactly.
Like
Yeah.
so I played Hakan in 4 and he was my favorite, but like I look at Jamie and I go, "You know what? That drink meter is getting me by for my
hmm
needs."
We seamlessly moved over to Street Fighter 6, but they showed off the screenshot of the final roster there, and or the final launch roster, that is to say. And like, I'm just looking at that bottom 8 of like the World Warriors, and it's like, yeah, we're never gonna get a Street
Never.
Fighter game without them again.
Never. Never.
That is never happening.
It was
Those
it
eight
was actually a
boxes are
huge
locked.
mistake to
Mm,
not have all of them present there.
mm. And not even like replacements type of thing, just like themselves. Like Lee Fen is being raised as she's got an outfit now, she's got goggles, she's got all that what the fuck was his name, Konohamaru, right,
Hmm.
shit going on. Like the little girl from Third Strike that Chun-Li is training is now a character design, and she's got her own style going. And it doesn't matter, we're gonna bring back Chun-Li at 60 years old, make no mistake.
Street Fighter 3, that was stupid that they did that. We're not even gonna
um
have Ryu and Ken. Shut
I
up.
don't
That
I
was dumb.
I don't even mind it, but the world hated it. I don't
No, no,
mind
no.
it.
Hold on. I'm not saying I minded it either. I'm
Okay.
saying it was stupid.
Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. Um and then we get like anyone else that like goes into like the new challengers, it's like, okay, yeah, T-Hawk can get replaced with his daughter.
Yeah.
She's what's
Cammy can get
interesting.
replaced with hotter Cammy.
There you go, right? Uh what's interesting is the concept art they showed off actually for Lily Hawk on the artist's Twitter showed you like another original design for Lily, and she's like older and much cooler, and it would have been a fucking just killer design if she were, about twice as old. Um, I would have liked that as the grappler replacement for T-Hawk,
Hmm.
but it's fine, whatever. I guess we're going with the idea that like T-Hawk had a kid right at the end of Street Fighter 4 or something like that.
Sure, why not?
Um, but yeah, the older version they showed is like, oh man, that would have been better. But anyways, I mean, I also imagine they kind of went like, we don't want to just make every like Marissa kind of fills in the slot of like the buff new girl. Um,
I mean, like
and
Blanca exists. People like zany, more goofy weirdos,
well, they have
right?
tolerance for some. They have tolerance for some zany weirdos, some freak pics,
Yeah,
but you
but what
can't
I
have.
mean is like I would also want every single character to be fucking cool and hot, but also I recognize that I need my weird green electric monster that
Hmm.
sells dolls in there.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the row as well of newcomers, and you kind of you look and they have like Lily, Manon, Marissa, and Kimberly, right? So you have
Right.
like a small, little, quick wind girl. You've got like your, you know, medium-sized ninja Bushin Ryu replacement. You've got
Hmm.
Manon, which is a whole new style of like again thin, long, slender grappler, and then big buffs. So they just kind of
Yeah,
went
and
like
then you've got Sagat's style and body tape being replaced by Marissa,
exactly. So
big
they've got
lady.
they've got all the silhouettes taken care of with that. Understandably. And then we've got another like Aki Fong girl coming too, right? So
What a glow up for that character archetype. The ugliest character ever made in Street Fighter to this cool lady.
I just wish his head wasn't so long.
It's so
That's all I want.
upsettingly long.
I have no problem with the swag purple
Oh, the
Chinese
the coat.
like
Yeah, okay.
decorative like trim, the detail, the hat, the glasses, all of that shit is on point. I just wish his fucking face wasn't stretched out.
It's so for a story that contains non-human characters, like Fong looking the least human of the human cast is upsetting.
Yeah. Um, I guess they just kind of wanted to, again, a freak pick, right? He could have. They didn't just want like iconic, creepy scientist. They wanted your Rufus, your Extremo, your 12,
Like, I appreciated his
your Necro.
existence as the most annoying motherfucker ever to play against. I thought that was awesome, but his actual everything is just ugh. He's the anti-Rufus. That's
Yeah,
just as bad.
yeah, he's the anti-Rufus, exactly. The Saturday morning villain is gonna have two sidekicks. One of them is big old fat Rufus, and the other one is skinny Fong. Like that's literally Doranjo from
Yeah.
Yatterman, right? Like it's exactly that. You take your archetypes. But anyways, fighting game characters dropping. And then there's some stories that link to that, of course. Let's go through the weeks first. What has yours been like?
Well, okay. There's video game blah blah blah, and then there's life. So in terms of life, I went to a neighborhood barbecue last night, with my wife, and had a long, like, I don't know, 3 4 hours hanging out with my neighbors and people in my community and getting to know a bunch of people that live in my direct vicinity. And it went really well, and I did not horribly embarrass myself or make a spectacle.
Okay. Now, was it a barbecue or was it a cookout?
It's BC, so it's fucking raining.
Yeah.
It's fucking raining. So what it is like dinner slash like a whole table full of food, and the head of the household, he's out in like cooking chicken on a
Mm-hmm.
smoker
Okay.
and like an overhang.
Okay.
So I don't know where it comes in on like I mean, it was called a barbecue, and we were
Okay. I'm gonna be extremely direct. Was
yeah.
this organized and put on by white people or black people?
What do you think, man?
It's
It was white
BC.
people.
Yeah, that's a barbecue.
Well, mostly white people, but
Okay.
the head of the household that invited us is a white guy.
Yeah. All right.
Um,
All right. That's the
but
that's
regardless,
the difference is that's if it were the other if we go the other way, if the answer is black people, then it's a cookout. That's just how that
yeah.
goes. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was really nice. I got to actually it's so first of all, it's very nice to have like a really great like meet my neighbors and have like a really nice experience and get to know people. This is not something that I'm used to. I'm used to not knowing who my neighbors are. I'm used to just like your neighbor goes into their house and you go, yeah, and then that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So this was like really pleasant and very, very nice. It was also the first time I have been indoors without a mask on with other humans
Mm.
since one dinner in 2021, and prior to that, like December of 2020.
Okay.
Which I have to start. I am, what do I call it? I am, when you have a weird anxiety response, but you don't want to look like a freak.
Yeah.
So like people are like coming in for hugs,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, hey, pleased to meet you. And I calm my inner spirit. I'm like, yeah, hey, nice to meet you and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, my head is kind of like, I'm really not used to people being within
Mm-hmm.
10 feet of me.
Yeah. I have a friend like
Let
that.
alone a series of handshakes and whatnot.
Yeah, I have a friend who's she's like just extra nervous, and has been pretty much since 2020 about like everything, and is having a hard time getting like past the point of like, okay, I am down to go see people and do things, but just has to get past that wall internally of anxiety. Yeah, that's a real thing for sure.
Like it's like it's not like I'm standing there going, whoa. It's just like I'm not used to this anymore. It's very strange, and I don't want people to feel like I'm like, dude, like if somebody goes in for a handshake and you go, no thanks, like what the fuck, just go into the river and die. Like you might as well just leave the earth. Just awful situation. But no, it went fantastic. I gabbed my fucking mouth off for 3-4 hours. I ran into a couple people who, ironically enough, work in the games business. And we shot the shit about that.
Did you get any recipes? Because that's the move, right? That's how
not as of yet. But
small talk, and then you talk recipes. And now you're adulting.
Yeah, not as of yet. Though the direct neighbors were the hosts, so there's a like we can just like now that the ice has been fully broken and we've hung out for a couple hours, there's the easy go back and forth and bug the neighbors for, hey, how did you cook that chicken, or where did you get that hot sauce? I think my favorite part of the evening was the host he brings in the chicken and it's got a sauce to the side and goes, okay, everybody, here's the chicken, it's great. But the sauce on the side's really spicy though, so be careful. And I go, I gotta take it, just dollop. Yeah, that's spicy. That's not too spicy though. I mean, you call that spicy. And he goes, oh. And he goes to the cabinet. And he brings out the tiny bottle.
Yeah,
and he goes, yeah. And he goes, so this is the stuff that I use for. This is the stuff that I use for, when I really want the spice. And, you're only supposed to put like a little drop. And of course, he takes his plate and he goes,
while maintaining eye contact with you. Yeah.
And I go, you know what? That looks great. That looks great. How about you give me one? Okay, great. And he throws the big dollop on it. And then I go, oh yeah, maybe I'll put some on my chicken. And I look at him and he takes his chicken wing and he just goes stirs it in. And I go,
eye contact maintained. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that's great. All right, let's do that. And then Paige, not to be outdone, goes, oh yeah, sure, me too. And then we're all standing there and we're eating it. And like all of us are just like, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty spicy. And the wife comes over and goes, yeah, I tried that, but I always only want to get a couple drops, but it always gets too much. And we're just standing there going like, yeah,
Did you cough?
I did not cough, but what I did was start to visibly sweat.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Like
that's
just
an
like the
involuntary
tears,
response. Yeah,
tears and like the redness.
That's all good. If you cough, you're bitch. You can't let it out. Yeah.
And then it passed. And then it passed, and everything was fantastic. But it's just like, oh, you can't. I can't. The guy, the husband of the house is gonna bring out my direct neighbor, the guy I'm gonna see every day for years. He's bringing out spice. What am I gonna do? I'm not gonna have the spiciest thing in his house.
I mean, you passed the test and you tanked the weak shit, and he's like, oh, okay, tarnished. I didn't know. Yeah, okay, good stuff. All right.
But yeah, it was very pleasant, very very.
Now
it's nice to know your neighbors.
Now, just keep in mind that like you might have missed the prompt while you were sweating, but neighbor will remember that did pop up at the top, which means from now on, every time there's like, oh hey, we brought you something, and you know what, Pat, we know that this is probably a little too weak for you, so we made a special version. that's
No,
just
I
burning
don't think so because
on
like
fire as I hand it to you.
because the conversation actually went to like you got to be careful with this because like you don't want to become Spice Freak Man 27 who's just
Okay.
importing
Okay.
California
Okay.
breeds that are
Yes.
numbered. And then he's like, "Yeah, no, I mean, this is about as spicy as I want it because otherwise, after that, it just hurts and there's no flavor,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's just
It's just
horrible."
flex. And like that's the
Yeah,
thing is if the neighbor was Spice Freak Man,
yeah.
642, then that little like, oh
I'd be in
yeah,
the
we
hospital right now.
like we brought you a special version, Pat, and again, eye contact maintained. Here you go. Yeah. It might be a little weak though. I don't know. You tell
I
me.
don't
And
know. I don't know. No.
why don't you give it a try right now, actually? Let me know. We can still add a I
You know
brought a
what? Yeah,
fork.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
fine.
don't bother. Here we go. Got a fork right here. Yeah. Um There you go. All right. All right. Not bad. Did you cover the weather?
We did cover the weather.
Did you cover fishing or
No, but
lawn care?
lawn care did come up.
There you go. There you go.
Lawn care
Okay.
did come up.
All right. Mhm.
Just the app. Just hey, man. It's really pleasant to talk to a bunch of people about the banalities of living your life. Oh, what do you guys do for work? Oh, we do this. That's always the tipping point because I always have the weird job,
Did you
right?
talk did you talk about the baby? Anyone's baby recently?
There were 9 children in that house.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And the like, oh, just wait till the terrible twos.
I feel so bad because there was one of the guys who had come with his wife and to meet all of his friends and hang out, but he had been relegated to, hey man, there's like 10 kids running around. Can you wrangle them? And he was wrangling, and I feel for him. And he was doing a good job. All those kids were really well behaved and very kind and very nice. Though at one point, one of them got into uh, uh, her face painting supplies. We were talking to her. It's like, oh, you have your face paint. It's like, yeah, I love green. We're like, good for you. Green's great. And then the next time I saw her, green.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And this lasted till either one shift of morning to evening or morning to afternoon, like a couple
No, this
hours.
this was this was like 3 to 7.
Okay.
This was
Yeah.
dinner mainly.
Yeah, that was a neighborhood barbecue classic fucking family
The
suburban
most normal thing in the world for everyone
boy.
but me, I guess.
Boy.
But it was really nice. Everybody I ran into was very nice. It was very pleasant.
Paper plates?
Yay. I'm becoming a normal human. That being said, fun fact, as the only person who's not from BC in that group, I was the only person wearing this. So it had this feeling of I was dressing up like a BC person to fit in on purpose.
One of the yes, exactly. Yeah. Rolled in with the
Like
cowboy hat.
yeah, look at me. I got my flannel on. Look, I'm just like you guys. No, for real.
The Quebec equivalent of just walking with a je me souviens
Ugh.
license plate. Just are you just holding a license plate? Yeah, don't we
Yeah,
all?
man. Just holding the license plate.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Good.
So that's what's going on in the oh, and I also told the floor pie story to a few of the
Naturally.
other guests because what do you do? Oh, I do a podcast. What's the name of the podcast? Well, fun fact: the last time I did that,
Hi
I
neighbors.
also got
How's it going?
confirmation from the neighbor that it was in fact the YouTube clip that you uploaded that as the very first result of like don't tell
Yes.
neighbors about floor pie.
Oh, you'd be surprised if you haven't already realized it. It's very easy to hide a lot of things in the MP3 file, but
Oh yeah,
the clip is where
the clip
things
tells
get
all.
exposed. Yes.
Yeah.
This the MP3 section of this, who the fuck? No one's catching that. Go off the hip. Say what
You
you
listen
want.
to a 5-hour podcast? Who's going to do that?
Who the fuck is gonna catch that? It's the clip. It's always the clip. Yeah. Anyways, all right. There you go.
Yeah, fantastic. As for interests, games, what have you, it's I actually have a lot this week. Dead Cells' Return to Castlevania DLC came out. I played that. It's fucking incredible.
Installed
To the
it. Haven't
point.
touched it yet. Yeah.
Yeah. The only problem I have with the Return to Castlevania DLC is that I like it a lot better than the rest of Dead Cells.
Whoa. Because it reminds you of Castlevania stuff.
No, it's like the level design and the bosses and the enemies and the Castlevania levels and the music and the weapons associated with it. I'm like, this is the best Dead Cells content they've made. It's also the newest. And I'm like, I want them to make a Castlevania game. So like I'm at this point where in order to get to the second batch of Castlevania levels, I need to get further in main Dead Cells. But I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Castlevania though.
Well, I mean, considering like Bloodstained before this and such, I think it's clear that a lot of people are just like, can anyone that's not Mercury Steam please get their hands on this license?
Yeah.
So, understandable.
But it's fantastic, especially if you are like, I'm not the biggest fan of Dead Cells, and I thought this was stellar. So if you actually do love Dead Cells, oh my goodness, you're gonna be fucking thrilled.
Nice.
Let's see. Last of Us finished up last night. The TV show, the TV program. I have very little to say about it. It's uniformly pretty excellent. It's extremely faithful. Bella Ramsey and Pedro Pascal do an A++ job, not just with their own acting, but like imitating the characters. I really only have one problem, and it's a really, really big problem.
Is it a change or is it a original?
It's a translation issue of from game to TV show.
Okay.
So with the game, you must stop anything interesting happening every 30 to 40 minutes so that you can have a huge amount of violent murder gameplay. Right?
Yeah.
You don't have to have that. You can adjust the pacing however you want because it's a TV show. You're telling a story, right? They overdid it. They overdid it by a lot. There is not one infected problem for more than half of the TV show's runtime. And you go and like in the visuals of the narrative, they go almost 2,000 miles across the United States without encountering one infected.
So I feel as if like the thought was I mean, I have to watch it obviously, but like I kind of expected that in a way, because it's just like, well, let's focus on the story, because there's the story and then there's the gameplay, and these are separate things, you know?
Totally. I completely understand. There's also way less raiders in the narrative as well, like aggressive human people.
Yeah.
And like the issue that occurs is like huge portions of the United States appear to be completely safe. And what with the core premise of like, we must cure this horrible plague that you don't see for most of the show's runtime, it really like evaporates some of the core stake.
Yeah, interesting. Because I've always thought that like anytime a video game has to drop in regular shootout gameplay with either infected or the raiders, you you have a problem where you're like, okay, a desolated area doesn't feel that desolate because it's just constantly this thing, right? It's the Tomb Raider problem of this
Mhm.
this island that Lara is stuck on is actually overflowing with
With goons, like there's like
crazy goons,
2,000, 3,000 goons.
crazy cultist goons that want to get you, nonstop everywhere, massive population, because you just need that much gameplay, right? Yeah, so if you kind of focus on the drama, you pull away from that aspect of it. But you definitely need to have, like, even if it's just like two people or like one bloater, like you got to have a little bit of like, oh, the threat is always there. We're still playing the game as we get to the climax. The threat is, and even if you
Yeah,
kind of like montage it or whatever, like,
episode 6, 7, 8, and 9 in the modern story, not in flashbacks, don't have a single infected.
hmm,
Not one. They do flashbacks so that they can put an infected in there,
interesting, interesting.
but like the journey across like half of the US is seen as like mostly problem free. And that, like, part of The Last of Us's setting is not just like the world ended. It's also that the people who remain are like barely hanging on
Mm-hmm.
because there's roaming groups of raiders, they're
Mm-hmm.
roaming packs of infected, areas are just wildly biohazardous, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Also,
it's it's just not happening. Areas aren't getting attacked, they don't run into monsters. It just seems safe.
that makes the mid-story breather that much important when they make it to the camp, and it's actually like there's no fighting in the game for a while. You have
Yeah.
an actual breather, and like it creates a tension release, and then it pulls it back up because shit escalates. But like, you kind of need to have the contrast from like walking in full of blood and guts, and
Mhm.
then like getting to actually breathe for a minute. If they were already kind of able to do so, you might not feel that way. Interesting.
Like
Okay.
there's also like, so then they changed it from spores to the tentacles, and they basically have groups of infected as like underground networks of.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they
Oh,
did.
I
So
didn't know
instead
that.
of the mushroom like turning into a big old spore
Mm-hmm.
machine,
Mm-hmm.
they have like underground little mushroom networks that connect most of the infected as they're just hanging out.
Oh,
And
okay.
then if you step on one of those tendrils, even if it's far away, it alerts a group to come after you, which
Uh,
is cool. Except part of the problem with that story is that spores can be anywhere, and also there are roaming packs of these things just traversing roads and wilderness. So your isolated town could conceivably encounter infected just wandering off the road, right? With this spore, this tendril thing, the groups of infected tend to literally just lie down and not move until disturbed, which means that, like, yeah, Boston's completely ruined, but if you get 50 kilometers away to an area that just isn't infected, you're not going to deal with infected. You're only going to deal with maybe people got bit through the Boston area coming out.
because they're not behaving like walkers type
Yeah,
of
and
thing.
it
Yeah,
just, it's
interesting.
like,
Okay.
it kind of removes a lot of the stakes from the core mission of or driving plot, and it also makes. So I watched the final episode last night, and let me tell you, they have once again done a really, really bad job of making a certain character's choice ambiguous. Like, I remember everyone arguing back in 2000 whatever when Last of Us came out about whether or not someone did or did not do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's even worse here of like, no, that they did the right thing. They actually did do the correct thing.
Oh,
Um
the camera and the music in the world all support the
There's
choice.
a really do you mind if we segue into spoiler talk for a second, because I want to
I
talk about the mechanics.
Well, I don't, because I mean, The Last of Us is like I'm going off the game story from a million years ago. So yeah.
So you do or you don't?
Sorry, spoilers if you don't want to hear anything spoiling Last of Us for anybody listening to the audio right now.
Okay, so the main difference in the game, Ellie is rendered unconscious, and then the Fireflies are like, well, we're gonna take her brain apart,
Mm-hmm.
but she's unconscious, so we're not gonna wake her up. So it'll be easier this way,
Mm-hmm.
right? In the show, they attack them and knock them out, and then they knock Joel out, and then they don't tell Ellie that it will kill her, and then put her under.
Oh god. Okay. Okay. That's huge, because the
That's
part that's
huge.
humongous. The ethical like aspect of that. Yeah. Oh, I
And
don't
so
like
then
that.
Joel goes on his massive rampage, and like the music is like really dire, and the sound
Ah.
effects are dropped out,
But they're
and you're
evil
like,
scientists kidnapping her to kill her,
yeah.
as opposed to the like
And like he's really cold
yeah.
and brutal about it. But like
Oh man, okay. Okay.
that was not the exact same in the game. They specifically describe that she was
Mm.
unconscious from drowning, and then they roll her into surgery.
Yeah, and that makes, especially when you walk into the last room and it's not a bunch of fireflies armed or whatever. It's just dudes in
It's
surgery
doctors.
doctors in outfit that are just working, and you're just like, all of them gotta go, and that's a moment of like, whoa, like, yeah, but oh fuck, right?
Yeah,
That
no,
little
they
that's really
so what they
important.
do, it's really funny. They actually make, like, they have a person look to the camera and say, "Hey, listen, we know that vaccination of mushrooms doesn't work. So here's a new pseudoscience bullshit thing that we're gonna say, that's not gonna be a vaccine. It's gonna be some chemical messaging thing." So just to be like, no, the cure would have totally worked. But then they roll it back with like, yeah, so we told her she'd be fine, and then we put her under, and we're gonna take her brain apart.
Interesting that they changed
It's
that, huh?
funny because like it's funny because like the issues that I have with Last of Us 1 in terms of a lack of conflict, like screwing up like some of the elements of the story, will actually work great for season 2, because season two's game plot falls apart because there's too much conflict. Season 2, like the moral of revenge is bad makes no sense after you've killed 4,000 people in gameplay. But in a story where you don't have to do that, that will actually make way more sense. But now they're saying that there will actually be much more violence and a lot more infected in the second season, when it should have been the other way around.
Um Yeah, no, my favorite thing about Last of Us originally, part 1, was is that exact feeling of like that moment, right? Like the ambiguity of, was that the right thing? You know? Like that exact feeling of how that ending plays out was just like, ooh, yeah, the personal sacrifice, you know?
It's
Um it's the core of what I really like with how that story plays out. Hmm.
Last of Us, like the story of Last of Us has one big problem. One, really,
Mm-hmm,
only
mm-hmm,
one, and that is there's a horrible act that is meant to be morally ambiguous, and that at every step of the chain of the game's
mm-hmm,
release, the game's re-release, the game's sequel, and
mm-hmm.
now the show, they have fumbled it, and they have made it, it's like, no, it's still the right decision. It was still
Mm-hmm.
like, I disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
disagree with your portrayal of this as morally ambiguous. Strongly.
But
Oops.
some but there's like some people are gonna in that setting are gonna be like, yeah, I don't care if I have to kill a kid, we're gonna solve this problem, too bad, right?
Yeah.
Greater good
Greater
sacrifices.
good.
Yeah.
Uh, that being said, it's still worth seeing just for Bella and Pedro Pascal's fucking acting. Like they do A+ job,
Mm.
fantastic job. Like the argument of like if it's so accurate, why does it need to be a TV show instead of a video game? And the answer is because the human face is better at being a human face than the CG man,
Of course.
right?
Yeah. Sure.
I do want to say Laura Bailey, Troy Baker, and Ashley Johnson all make appearances as actors.
Okay.
Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson do fantastic jobs. Though it is really strange hearing Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker because their voices are
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
similar to the characters
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that like it throws me
Is
because
it
like
a
I'm used to TV Joel now, and then I
yeah?
hear Troy Baker, I'm like, oh, right.
Is it a here they come, there they go cameo, or is it
No,
like here they are?
no,
Yeah.
they play significant characters.
Oh, interesting. Wow. Okay. Okay.
They don't play their characters,
No,
obviously.
but they,
Um,
yeah, yeah. Okay.
though I do feel bad because like I can just imagine the swaths of people. He plays Joel in the video game. Just right. And Ashley Johnson. I'm not even gonna go into it. Ashley Johnson does a great job, but like I'm so used to hearing Bella Ramsey as Ellie that Ashley Johnson still sounds exactly like Ellie. That it's like, oh, right, okay. Uh, mentally place the characters back into their correct slots into the next scene. But yeah, good show.
Cool. Cool.
um, and then the RE4 demo came out. Have you
Yes.
played the RE4 demo? Have you seen the RE4 demo?
I have seen it. I haven't played it, but I've been looking at some of the impressions that have come in, and there's a lot of there's this I have a story about that later as well because um, the the stuff that is most interesting I find is not just all these little changes, details, and whatnot, but the part where you can see how it performs on last gen and how
There's
that's
a
been
lot.
going.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of really interesting stuff going on.
So we'll get into that
So,
in a bit.
um, I have not seen much of how it performs on last gen. I assume the answer is bad.
Yes. Not good. PS4 Pro can handle it. It struggles, but it kind of can get that. It can get to like 45 at times.
Yeah.
PS4 Original can barely get to 30. It like
Nice.
tops out at 25 FPS regularly. And the interesting thing about what everything that you're looking at that is like here's how a current gen made for PS5 era game plays going backwards is this is likely what we're getting with Street Fighter 6 as well as Capcom's efforts are also going on PS4 for that too. We haven't seen any demos or any visuals of what that's going to be like or how it's going to play, but there's no way it's going to be able to keep up if this is what RE4 is looking like, you know?
Mm-hmm. So, Resident Evil 4 Remake, which somebody pointed out to me on Twitter, when you acronize it, becomes rear.
Sure.
Because the 4 looks like an A.
RE4.
So I've also been playing Resident Evil 4 on the channel. Just be like one last time. Let's get it fresh in the memory. This is a fucking lavish adoration of a game. Just like obsessively exhaustive, detailed, go into every single little piece, expand like I don't know how long this game's going to be or if they're going to cut something, but they like expanded the the first room in RE4, hey man, have you seen this girl? The guy attacks you with an axe.
Mm-hmm.
That's been extended out into like a 10-minute sequence.
Oh, they changed levels completely.
No, it's just bigger and more lavish and more. So in the original, you would go in, you go, "Hey man, is there a girl here?" He'd tell you to fuck off in South American or Mexican Spanish, which was weird because you're in Europe, and it was one room, and he'd try and kill you, and you blow him away, and then you walk up the stairs and throw yourself out the window, right? In this, you walk up, you have to explore a full-sized house to find the guy. You
Uh,
have a longer cutscene. In the cutscene, Leon kicks him against the wall and breaks his neck. You then explore his basement. Upon leaving the basement, you are attacked by the same guy, still alive, with a horribly broken neck. Um, and in the game's new equivalent of what a Crimson Head is, um, kill him, call Hunnigan, sneak out of the house because it's now filled with guys, and then jump out the window. Like just this tiny little sequence has been expanded into
okay.
an event.
Yeah, yeah.
Leon attempts to speak Spanish, which is great
Oh, really? He can.
because
He
it was
can.
really strange in the original that he was just talking English to this guy
You
in
are.
rural Spain.
Yeah, you're in the Iberian Peninsula. You better fucking learn a thing or two, government man. Sure.
Um, it also like it. There's so I could there. Okay, I don't know where to start on this. They've added a crouch button for stealthing. It's good. It's light stealth. It's I'm crouched so I move slower, and people that I shouldn't expect to see me shouldn't probably see me. But I'm not going to stealth through this whole goddamn area. I'm going to stealth until I murder someone or two, and then it's going to pop off. Leon controls the fastest he has ever controlled outside of RE6. He has this like looseness to him.
Yeah, so I saw videos. Shout outs to Tabs MVC, who on Twitter makes some of the awesome Marvel 3 mods, but also had a great video of just like the parry into melee sequence going through town. And
There's a
it's
lot
like,
going on.
oh, what game are you making here? Is this a
So
round of mercenaries? Because
so
parry, roundhouse kick, dodge, sweeping under the melee into another parry. Like, what the fuck is happening?
all right, so I got to go down the list of enemy interactions in original Resident Evil 4. Here are your enemy interactions. You can stab someone with a knife by holding your knife and stabbing them, or you can shoot them. If you shoot them in the face or the leg, they can become staggered. Then you run up to them, hit a button, and you do a kick or a suplex, right? That's your enemy interactions in the original RE4, right? In RE4 Remake, your interactions are stab them with the knife without aiming, horizontal slashes. Stab them with the knife while aiming, pinpoint accurate stabs that hit weak points. If you get behind somebody, you can stealth kill them, and it will take out some of your knife durability. If you knock somebody into a staggered animation, you can use 3 different kinds of kicks depending on their particular state. You can also shoot them in the leg, go around their back so that you can do a suplex. You can stab people in the knife to get them into the staggered state, then run around their back to do the stab move to instantly kill them. If you knock a guy down and he would trigger the death effect, but they start twitching horribly, if you do not run up on them and stab them with your knife immediately, they will get up and be extraordinarily durable. They become essentially Plaga-style Crimson Heads.
Right.
So you have to be aware of the people you knock down. You also have 2 parries. You have a regular parry that will block the attack, be it a punch, a stab with any melee weapon, or a thrown item. And you also have a perfect parry, which will knock them backwards and leave no durability off of your knife when you do it, and will immediately set them up for a follow-up melee attack.
Now I
So
have to imagine that a parry has to be like a ridiculously tight window, with the perfect parry being 1 frame.
So the parry is really wide. Like the regular parry, it is wide.
It's generous.
It is
Yeah. Wow.
the
Okay.
the regular parry is listen. The guy's going to hit me. I'm going to hit L1 because I know he's going to hit me. Leon will block it. Like it's reliable. but it takes resources. It takes knife durability. Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
The perfect parry is tight. The perfect parry is tight like a royal guard timing. It is a tight move. But it knocks them back. It knocks everybody around you back. It puts them into a meleeable state, and it's basically free on your knife's durability.
No cost on that.
Yeah,
Or extremely minimal.
it might have a cost, but it's extremely small.
Okay.
And then there's other parry interactions. So if you parry Salvador's chainsaw, right? It will usually break your knife. Like it's a lot. It doesn't necessarily, but it takes like 60-70% of your knife. But it also turns off his chainsaw, which means he has to spend time turning it back on.
Restarting
And if
it.
you just keep putting ammunition into him, he's unable to turn his chainsaw back on.
Wow. Okay. Sacrifice the knife for extra time on the clock. Interesting.
Right? And this goes all the way to. Sorry, what's that?
Grabs too, I think I saw.
Yeah. So grabs have a high hitbox.
Like what?
So the broken neck guys have a stronger grab, but most people have a grab where they run forward and then their hands drop down. That has a high hitbox. So you crouch tech them, you duck them, and you move because they do have a vacuum on them. Right? But if you see somebody coming at you with a grab and you hit like circle and then you back up or you go to the right, yeah, you're going to dodge the grab. It's harder to dodge the broken neck guys, but it is totally possible.
I saw I saw a dodge on a grab going low, coming back up into a roundhouse kick, and it was sick. It was super clean.
So if you are it is this great situation. A one-on-one confrontation with a Ganados is a fucking joke. There is nothing they can do to you one-on-one. But as a result, they have so in old, a lot of games of that era, if you can't see an enemy, they become less aggressive, right? And the enemies will run at you and then kind of stop and then do their thing. Enemies are, first of all, there's like twice as many. Like that village scene has like twice as many coming at you at any given time, and they are way madder. They are way more aggressive. They're a lot more confident throwing shit at you because you can just go deflect them. They can put down bear traps to get you, and they will circle around behind you way more often. So, like, you've been given all these extra tools that make them a joke, but boy, there's a lot of them, and they are mad.
The impression I got, just again seeing a bit of footage and such, is like, so old RE was survival horror. You're limited in your ability to move, much less shoot, stab, and survive. And then you take that franchise forward, and then you get to 4, where it's like, holy fuck, I'm a Superman, hero, right?
Yeah.
Now you go back to the old games, you remake them so that Superman-ness is now the norm in what you can do in the first games. So that same jump is now applied to the remake of 4, so that you're a style beast.
So, more or less, in original Resident Evil 1 and 2, right, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to aim, I'm going to lock my feet, and my aiming is generalized. It's toward enemy, right? Then you get to RE3, and RE3 introduces the dodge mechanic, right? So if you hit aim at the right time, you can dodge out of a zombie's way, but it's hard, it's a little unreliable, right? Then RE4 rolls around, and now you have the ability to aim for real. You can aim, you can blow people's heads away, you can knock them down with their legs, etc., right? But you're still, a tank, right? You're just a tank with a camera behind your back. Like you said, we go back to RE2, right? The ability to aim remains, and you're actually a little more mobile in RE2 than you are in original RE4, but everything's kind of corridors. Everything's kind of tight. Your ability to get around things is limited. And then RE3, the remake, institutes a dodge, but the dodge is now reliable in RE3. so Jill can get out of situations that RE2 Leon would not be able to. And now we're John Wick. Now the jump from that
Mm-hmm.
is
Mm-hmm.
you're playing as
Mm-hmm.
John Wick. All the way down to if you aim at somebody who's too close to you, he will axis lock and tilt the handgun because he's in close quarters.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess the jump needs to be proportional to what it was going into 4 the first time it came out.
And it's this thing where like I was worried because the first two, three, four enemies, I'm like, nothing they can do to you. Like
Mm.
you are so strong. And then you get to the village, and the village is about as aggressive as any group of enemies has ever attacked me in a game. Just this unending like throng of psychos
Mm.
just like putting all of your new buttons to the test. It's fucking incredible. It's
Interesting.
fucking incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely couldn't. They couldn't just put 4 through the filter that 2 and 3 got and called it a day, right? Like it was gonna need a lot more extra attention.
And it's like
That's
the
pretty cool.
knife is now the star.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like there was a little gameplay doc they put out a little while ago where one of the devs was like, "Yeah, I upgrade the durability on the knife first thing every time. Always knife durability." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna upgrade the knife's durability so that they can defend themselves against everything and they can stab everyone because it's great. The knife is so
It
useful and
sounds
good."
like the mechanic, really. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Interesting.
I don't want to talk about yellow tape. I don't care about yellow tape. There's some folks that are bummed out
Oh,
that
yeah.
fucking
Yellow
there's yellow
paint.
tape on windows and boxes that you have to break, and it's like it's a necessary contrivance because otherwise you wouldn't know what buttons or boxes you could do. It's
I mean, at the end of the day, I saw that thread, and it's like, yes, you can make it more immersive by putting the stickers on them or so or whatever. Like, Hi-Fi Rush has boxes with X's on them for the ones that break, and the ones that don't have them or whatever. You can do things that are like design, more immersive or whatever. But I think the language of like what surfaces to climb and all that is at this point, like you said with the red barrels thing, it's like you just need to make sure nobody's going to make that mistake.
yeah,
You
it's
need to
ironic because I was
make it
talking
as
about
clear as
Last of Us.
possible.
Last of Us also uses yellow, the same shade of yellow to denote you can climb this or you can fuck with this. It also uses the what I think is way worse of like huge shiny glowing object, which I mean like people would complain about this for Resident Evil, but in like your classic Resident Evil games, like how you could pick something up because it was a 3D model on a 2D picture.
Hmm.
You'd be like, well, oh yeah, those bullets, that's a 3D model of bullets. I can just
Yeah.
go and get those.
Like, I'm not gonna say that like the paint X's is like the best and only way to do it. I'm sure there are other ways as well. But as long as you can test them and make sure that people don't, misunderstand what they're supposed to do. People are saying, oh, have them be partially damaged, have them show off some of the
Yeah, but they look very
the
similar to
contents.
the
Yeah,
existing
whatever
clutter.
whatever your choice is, there's a lot of ways that you can indicate to people, hey, this stands out from the others, and just make sure that you play test it and it doesn't confuse anyone. Like, there's a lot of solutions to that problem.
And let me
But
ask
there's
you,
I don't
you
find
just
that
beat Hi-Fi Rush. How long did it take for you to start smashing the green barrels?
I mean, the moment I knew barrels were breakable,
Yeah, I
I
was almost through
I
the end of the
kept
game with my chat telling me, Pat, the barrels. I don't even see the green barrels in Hi-Fi Rush.
interesting. No, I
I don't even see them.
I played through most of the first stage, I think, uh, not recognizing it, and then I think like halfway through, Reggie pointed out, he's like, "Oh, yo, the barrels also have gives you stuff," and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then I was just
Mhm.
like, "Yeah," targeting them after that.
But yeah, RE4, wow. Big wow. Like much better than even my high expectations. Uh and also like there was a little clip of fighting Krauser that they put out a little while ago in which when Krauser rushes at you, it says duck and you're also parrying him and it's like it is bordering on like Resident Evil God Hand. which
Mm-hmm.
makes me think that RE5 is going to be I think they're gonna remake RE5, and I think it's going to be the next jump in terms of like player capability.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, rather, I'm thinking 6 is the one that actually adds like a ton of playable
Yeah, but
characters,
it's
and
also in a terrible game that feels bad.
hmm. Um. Yeah. Is there? I guess I wouldn't be able to pull it off. I don't know them as intimately, but 4 to 5. Um. What more can you do? Mechanically.
Originally,
Yeah.
the
Besides
main
just the
thing was
tag.
co-op.
Well,
Uh,
that's the bit. I'm like the co-op mechanic is the main deal, but like in terms of just like combat, is
Not
there
very much.
like yeah, it's kind of the same,
But
right?
originally, it was supposed to have the ability to duck attacks,
Okay.
but that got cut out for co-op. But yeah,
Okay.
no. Hey, RE4 is gonna be really good. Everybody, big surprise. The demo also has a bunch of secrets. The demo has a hidden TMP that you can only get by discarding all of your items before getting to the village, which is laughably overpowered and then stays in your inventory every time you play the demo. It also has a secret difficulty that called Mad Chainsaw Mode, which is fucking unhinged. Like you read it and go, and it says this will not be in the final release, and then you play it and you're like, fucking, I hope not, because Mad Chainsaw Mode is not fair. It
What
is
is
it
it?
is absurd.
What is it?
Um, in the very, very first time you fight a broken neck Ganado, there's 3 instead, which is more than you could even possibly kill with ammunition. Enemies
Uh.
do
Okay.
almost your entire life bar in a single hit. Salvador is replaced with Super Salvador.
Okay. Fuck you.
Their aggression is turned up to the maximum. It's enemies don't stagger when you shoot them. It is absurd. It's technically doable, but
They have testers that made it through.
yeah, it is a
Yeah.
demo. It is a demo thing for funsies. There's no fucking way the real game could have something like this and be completable.
Okay. Interesting. Well,
That's pretty much it for me. RE4 is great.
yeah,
It's
I
great.
mean, you got the thing is though is anytime you put something like that in though, it's like look how much people play this game. Look how much they fucking rip it apart and open. Like some people will absolutely, you know, breeze through this at a certain point when you get perfect parry timing down to a consistent thing. Yeah, I like if that's just for the demo, then so be it. But like this game is so beloved and is going to be so like played and ripped apart that
I
whatever
mean,
they
I'm sure
decide
they're
to
going to have
do
a bunch
with
of
the
difficulty
difficulty,
options
yeah,
for the main game. I just don't expect this one because this one is fucky. Oh, there's also a drawer you can't unlock that people have data mined that apparently the key does exist somewhere, but people can't find it yet. So it continues the trend of Resident Evil demos coming out with a bunch of hidden
secrets.
nonsense for people to poke away at for weeks.
Interesting. All right.
Oh, also Leon is constantly saying stupid shit. Like the fear that oh man, it looks so much more serious and dark. I hope the goofiness isn't gone. It's like oh don't worry. He's constantly saying stupid shit and asking if people are all going to bingo and not taking it very seriously.
I saw that. Say the line, Leon.
Say the line, Leon.
Yeah.
Like that a Resident Evil game being played deadly serious is like sometimes funny, but not this one. This one's a cartoon.
Where's everyone going? Bingo. All right. Um, bathroom break number 1.
Oh, okay, let's do it.
Okay. So,
Where'd my water go? I gotta go get my water. Excuse me. I screwed up.
uh-oh. Hydration. Very important. It's the name of the game. That's what we do. That's what we do, folks. I've been hydrating like a motherfucker for the last little bit, and I think I'm getting a bit better at it. Hopefully the next break won't be in like 15 minutes, but hydration important. In fact, I got to refill my hydration.
Oh no. Where'd Wooly go? Is he also getting water? By the way, piss isn't sterile. Stop telling people that piss is sterile. If anyone out there thinks that piss is sterile, it's not.
I got my water.
You got your water?
Watered up. Okay. So, I too have completed a show, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not The Last of Us. I will get around to that eventually. But I want to talk about the first season of House of the Dragon.
Okay, that's that incest thing, right?
That's the incest thing.
With the British people?
Yeah, more or less. There's some people that are not exactly. There's low incest, there's high incest, there's like turbo incest. There's different levels of it going on. But no, it is the Game of Thrones prequel, but it's really just another George R.R. Martin story. And I initially, so I guess I'm going to talk in, loose, not too specific spoilers, but I'm just going to talk about the kind of the way we talked about Last of Us just now. But yeah, I was worried about it going. So that is to say, if you really want to watch this, maybe don't listen to this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. So the going into it, I was mainly kind of concerned that it's like, I know that it's another book that was written by Grimm, and I know that it's like source material is not just being fucking jerked off and written out by like random HBO writers or whatever. So like that's good, but I still was like, I wonder if this material is gonna just come across as like, hey guys, remember Game of Thrones? Remember the game and the thrones. This is the spin-off. It's more of the spin-off.
It's a prequel.
And
it's a soft sea boot.
And make no mistake, they do that. They do that. They have a couple of little things of like, remember the Song of Fire and Ice? Did you remember? And then you've got the like little bits and pieces that are like put in there to make you go, ah! It's like a new baby shows up and they're like, what is his name? And they're like, this baby's name is Joffrey. And everyone's like, ah! No, don't name the kid Joffrey. That's the worst name,
Dash that child upon the rocks.
You shall. It's one of those things. So you're looking out for it, but thankfully I can say overall, no, it's a good show. And the quality it stands on is its own. It's fun. They do a good job, I guess, like establishing this fucking incest family. And I have to say that like I especially know too that like one, I was worried. I was like, I don't want this to just be like, oh, it's the prequel. Look. And two, I didn't want the focus to be. I don't like. To me, I'm like the magical blonde dragon family that wins all the time and has everything forever is kind of the least interesting part, right? The people that are kind of suffering and struggling over in the cold seem like a better story to tell.
Forced
for the most
to
part.
Have children with people they aren't even related to.
I mean, wild.
Really disgusting.
But like, yo, we're long-haired blonde. We're not elves, but we might as well be the equivalent of Qualinesti, or in this world. And also we're fireproof.
There's a fucking pole. Holy shit.
Yeah. Qualinesti and Sylvanesti all the way. And you gotta get them fireproof, and you gotta get them the ability to ride the dragons. They're the special ones. Look at them, the chosen they are. And it's kind of like, man, like, are we just gonna focus on a Saiyan family of chosen ones? Because
Yeah.
you know, at a certain point, the pretty long blonde haired dragon riding imagery is gonna kind of wear off on me, because it's like, you're so special and so above everyone else. We get it, you know.
Mhm.
But it's better than that. Thankfully, they do have a whole lot of CG dragon riding, and there's a couple moments where you definitely are like, okay, this is like, this entire moment is a CG dragon battle. And like, it's, you know, it's convincing, it's doing its job, it's not, you know, but like, there's little moments of just like, okay, now we cut to the rider on the back, and then we cut back to the battle, and it's like, I don't know, man. I just love, like, when you fucking get practical effects wherever you can.
Well, then you go get a real dragon, bro.
It would be so cool if you could make a fucking real, like, you know, animatronic dragon that that's silly and expensive for, that's ridiculous. I know. Anyways, the incest is funny because, like, they actually introduce it, or like, early. Not only is it incest, by the way, it's that plus the whole, like, oh, how old are you? Have you had your first blood? It is time to be betrothed then, you know?
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's that in the original show, that Joffrey line, mother says when you've had your first blood, I'm to put a son in you. And it's just like, that's the era. Everything about that line is this fucking world, you know, in one goddamn piece. And you just exactly, you take that and you go back to the times that they were talking about, when the legendary Targaryens would marry their cousins and their sisters, and sometimes they'd have double sister marriages, and then they'd ride their dragons and roast anyone who thought they were weird or made fun of them. So what if Shelbyville had dragons? I guess we're all gonna fucking bend the knee to Shelbyville.
What if Shelbyville had dragons? They'd all be blonde, fireproof Ubermensch. Like, what?
No, they'd be creepy incestors that are marrying their cousins, but they would have the ability to fucking nuke you. You know?
Okay.
And they actually kind of have it like, the initial, like, the protagonists, you know, as it's as it goes, are like, no, incest, no, that's weird, that's gross, stop it. And then they're like, okay, but like, what if it's this one though, you know, the hot one? And it's like, oh, no, that's gross, stop it, time skip. Maybe this one though. Like, they actually have them like grossed out by the prospect of it, and then they slowly sprinkle it back in and get you back around to it, where you're just like, well, I guess we're just watching this scene go down, right? And then like, you're like, okay, yes, it's weird. Yep, that's that is uncle and niece. It's going down. But we're gonna slow the music down, and we're gonna film it in a little bit of a romantic way, because it's still a main character and a love interest having a moment. don't get so caught up in the passions. You know, like, they could have definitely like had a okay, have you seen Zack and Miri make a porno?
I have not.
Okay, so like, there's a really funny moment in that where the titular Zack and Miri are like, they start fucking, and like, it's like a really slow, close, zoomed in romantic moment, and like the hazy camera is going and the music is playing, and like, they're having the rom-com finale type moment, but then it just cuts back to the open wide shot and the room full of people, and it's just a slow, like, hip gyration and a cold fucking shot, and it's just the weirdest, creepiest moment ever, right? And it's one of those just contrast bits when you take all the movie magic away and just, this is what we're staring at. It's just Seth Rogen's fucking, like, pasty ass just, like, thrusting real slow and weird, like, with the sound effects of the squeaky, 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 you know? So I feel like you could have had those moments if you wanted to really go like, no, but they're still cousins / brother and sister / this is still weird incest. And the show is kind of like, just get lost in the magic of it. It's fine.
Magical.
You know?
The dragon said it was okay, man.
The dragon did say it was okay. And clearly, if we cut through years later and look at like the results of this incest, and we get Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn, who's, you know, she seems to be doing all right, I guess. I would expect a lot worse for, you know, that many generations of inbreeding.
The system works.
I don't know, man. Like,
hey, listen, Game of Thrones ended the way it did because somebody disagreed with the system working and they were wrong.
Like, I want to say, what the fuck was it called? Not the Wilds and Whites of West Virginia. There was like,
oh fuck, oh god, I want to say it is actually the Whites of something county.
So there's them.
I watched that with Paige at one point.
Yeah, there's them, but then there's an even more inbred family. The
Wild and Wonderful Whites of West Virginia.
That's the one. And then there's the Whitakers, the Whitaker family, the most inbred family in America. And it's like, man, if you want to see like just a poster board for don't do it, stay away.
So would you believe that like environmental damage and doubling up on your genes could give you some deleterious effects fast?
Yeah, like
it's fast. It's real fast.
There's like the kid in the family, like there's this one, well, he's not a kid, he's like in his 20s or whatever, but like he just barks. He doesn't talk, he just communicates in barking. And it's like that took 3 generations tops to get to the guy that he just communicates in dog barks. You know, you're not gonna ride a dragon anytime soon. You're not gonna have a fireproof baby.
This is the future that Dilbert wants.
Oh man, it's kind of amazing too when in Mass Effect you have like the Asari that are like, no, we got to keep it purebred, and then every other Asari is like, you're fucking gross, get away from me. What do you mean? We got to go fuck some aliens to diversify the blood.
The weirder, the better, bloodline. Man.
Yeah,
come on.
We need strength in numbers by reaching out as far as possible. Get your creepy ass, like, oh, you want to fuck another Asari? Gross. You're weird.
You know, sometimes your kids turn into vampire sex freaks, right?
If you fuck around, you might get an Ardot Yakshi. Is that what you want? Then go ahead. Stick to this planet. If you stick to the same planet, you're being gross. Yeah, so anyways, all that kind of goes down in a way where the show kind of gives up on trying to pretend it's weird and just lets it happen, you know? But it's like, you know, you got a lot of characters that are like, you know, fun to follow, and it does something that Game of Thrones originally couldn't do, which was it allows the story to skip huge chunks of time as you're following the lives of the characters.
How long are we talking?
Childhood to adulthood.
Oh, wow. All right.
It gets to Shippuden and then Shippuden again.
I hate that that's the example that I understand.
Well,
I hate it.
I mean, you know, if the original Game of Thrones is Hikaru no Go, you get to watch the characters slowly age on camera, and this is we get to double Shippuden. And you always kind of like I like that you can do that because you can just be like, all right, what comes next? Where does this go? And it feels as if like you skip past seasons of content almost, and then you get caught back up on it, you know? There's a part in like the middle episodes that is like an era, so to speak, that is like 2 episodes long, and then we're out, you know?
That's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, and like the main reasons why I think too, besides like, oh, the next and then nothing interesting happened until this point, is also because the fucking theme of this show, House of the Dragon, over and over is, hey man, did you know that childbirth sucks? Especially when there were no epidurals. Did you know childbirth sucks? Because here it is. Look, check it out. This is childbirth.
You mean back in the olden days when all you had is a midwife and a doctor was a joke?
And bite down on like this fucking wooden piece if you'd like, maybe. I don't know, but go for it. And then of course, depending on how super villainous the father is standing nearby, you can be like, well, we have to make a choice. And then the father has to be like, oh, my love or my lineage, or you know what I mean? And it's just all that shit. We're just like, hey asshole, just fucking try again, idiot. But anyway, no, there's like ridiculous. There's like 6, if not 7, detailed, horrible pregnancy scenes.
How many episodes are there?
It's a 10 episode like show.
Are you serious? That's ridiculous,
dude. Every second episode, there's a just, oh my god, childbirth is fucking brutal. Like, it's so many. And like they get less ceremonious over time too, you know, if that makes any sense. But like, it just won't stop like underlining that point if there's any takeaway. It's not even the incest. It's that it's just how painful and fucking rough it was. And so every time you have one of those scenes, you then got to skip forward a couple years to be like, well, now that kid's a little bit older. And then they tried again. And here's how rough that one goes. Yeah.
Is it possible that the incest is complicating the situation?
It's not impossible.
All right, that works for me.
Yeah. And then in the meantime, you know who else is having babies? These dragons.
Who? Yeah, dragon. Well, they have an easier time of it.
Yeah, they're just clutching some eggs out. And no problem.
That
there.
Works.
And you get to watch a bunch of like, so in Game of Thrones original, you kind of had like, there's the adults having their story and then the kids are having their story.
Yeah.
And in this, like, the kids are having their story and they're being like shit kids. Yeah. But like 2 seconds later, the shit kids have dragons.
Okay.
So their ability to be shits increases drastically.
Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about.
You know. Yeah, so but all in all, it comes up, it sets the everything up. It's a setup season for sure, introducing everything, and it feels as if this could go. I don't know how long the book is or how much further into the story.
Wait,
it goes.
Really? Because like the way you're describing time skips, like it feels like they had 1 or 2 here, and then that's going to be that.
Well, yeah, like. You know, you haven't seen Gungrave, have you?
No, I got to the stupid.
All right, because there's the young dogs arc and era, and then you watch them grow up to become the mafia, and then once they become the mafia, there's a whole lot of shit that pops off, and then you get your zombie cowboys. But your zombie revenge cowboy there's still some tail on that story you can tell, and kind of like here. It's like you can establish these characters as kids and then how their adolescence is troubled and then how their adulthood sets up, and then once the troubles in adulthood start popping off, you're talking about like a full-blown war that can go episode by episode, you know? And it's all about the succession of the crown and da 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 da. So yeah, when you're getting into the like, I guess, larger political machinations, you're getting into things that where the story can slow down now because big moves are being made on territory and families and allegiances and so on, and we don't have to skip another 10 years, you know?
I don't think there could be anything worse that this show could do than go on long enough to be like, and what's your name, little I'm Ned Stark. I'm going to be King of the North.
So no, they don't, because the opening paragraph, as I described last time, is just like yada yada yada, blah blah blah, and then it just fades out all that text, and then it just leaves the only two words that the dumb audience needs, which is hundreds of years before Daenerys Targaryen.
Hundreds. Okay.
You know? So they really do just kind of go like, you idiots, this is the only thing you need to remember. But they at the same time though, like they have like, you know, plot story, things are going, and then it's like, okay, it's your job now to go take a message to the Starks in Winterfell and the Baratheons in the north. You know, and like, yeah, and everyone's like, oh, and you're like, nah, no, but we're name dropping because you remember them.
I do remember that. I remember those.
You know, and so you get little bits and like sprinkles of that, like, oh, who's that? It's fucking douchebag Lannister. Is he a huge, ginormous asshole douchebag? He sure is.
Wow, it's genetic, huh?
Everything's genetic. And then you gotta clap when you see it.
That's one of those weird things that like stories that deal with lineages always is. It's like, listen, this person, it's 8 generations back, but weirdly enough, they act just like the character you know from the present day story.
In a best case scenario, you get a JoJo who's got all the integrity of Jonathan 5 generations later. Mm-hmm. In a worst case scenario, you get the rest of Dio's kids. Like, just God, fuck those kids. Anyway, yeah. No, it's always interesting when you get like the spitting image, you know. Mm-hmm. But
like I would laugh really hard. When I did watch Game of Thrones, my favorite character was I forget his name, but the old Lannister, Cersei's dad, the patriarch of the family,
Tywin. Charles Dance, and like the best.
Yeah, Charles. He's the best that I ever saw in that show, and I'm just like thinking about like, I'm Tywin the First, and it's just him.
Yep,
that's no changes.
Yep,
just exact. He's still just as old.
It's Charles. It's the same actor, Charles Dance again, and you know what? He's cutting up a boar when you walk in.
Different this time.
Yeah, unbelievable. Easily the fucking best. And yeah, but they do things though where it's like the protagonist is Rhaenyra Targaryen, and you know when you see her as a young like girl, she's got a little bit of that like fuck you that Dany has, you know?
Yeah.
She's got the same kind of eyes, she's got the same kind of like I wanna be a knight. And everyone's like, "Oh, but you're a girl," and she's like, "I'm gonna show you."
That's crazy. Shut up.
I'm gonna kick you in the balls, and I'm like,
you have to die in childbirth, you dumb little bastard.
Exactly. Well, no, don't say that. Don't call anyone a bastard.
Okay, you dumb little shithead.
Yeah. And then there's the black people with the whites, the silver golden dreadlocks, the Valerians, and
they're still around at this point.
Well, not for much longer because clearly, Yeah, if you cut to the modern day, and you're like, hmm,
What
we're
happened
only
to those guys?
yeah, we're only talking about the Targaryens now, huh? That's yeah. And no, this is really like it is about that. It's like, yo, check out the seafaring, white dreaded like Valerians that were like right up there with the Targaryen family, and what the fuck happened to them, and why we don't hear about them anymore. But in the
Yeah, so like
meantime,
when I was watching and reading Game of Thrones, I always got the feeling that like despite them being in a long summer, which is like a golden age, like overall society in Westeros is like at the lowest point it's been for hundreds of years.
oh
Like it's
it dude, it sucks. It consistently sucks. And um there's like there's little moments where they kind of like go into the city to see like how bad, things are. And it's usually like, okay, are you like a slovenly, womanizing, spoiled prince, then you're going to go find yourself in the brothels. But then when the brothels aren't cutting it, you're going to go down to like the darker brothels, and when
oh.
the darker brothels aren't cutting it, you're gonna go down to like you're just leaving behind the sex part, and like we kind of wind up in here is a child gladiator coliseum where the orphans are forced to fight, and we yell and bet on them.
That sounds
Go,
awesome.
go kids, go. Yeah, it gets fucking dark, when it like in those times, and it's like, well, yeah, because if their
Oliver
property
Twist
are
would have been much more interesting with this development.
like, please, sir, can I have some more?
Only if you kill your opponent in the pit.
I was referring to weapons. Can I have some more ammo for my fucking for the Glock? No, it's kind of yeah. It gets fucking wild in that regard as well. But yeah. Overall, they set up things in a way where I'm like, yeah, I could see this going at least 3 seasons. Don't overstay your welcome. Learn from the past. Don't fuck it up. You've set up something interesting, and you've crammed enough into the first season that it feels like we're on, say, season 2 of Game of Thrones. This has been like a again, childhood into adulthood is a lot of time passing. So I want to see 3, tops 4. Do not go beyond 4. And if anyone's read the book,
you're gonna get 10, bro. You're gonna get 10.
So if anyone knows the book and they know where we're at right now, like I'd be curious to see if we were like 50% through the book or 25% or so. But I would really, really hope we lock it off at like 3, and with this pacing as well. Yeah, and then of course I wasn't. I think it's obvious, but you kind of get to watch the actors change as they, get casted up.
But are they okay? So like Matt Smith is in it. I know that, right?
He does a great job.
Is he being replaced by an older Matt Smith, or are they aging him up?
No, he's just himself the entire time, and he's an elf in that he's got his long golden hair, and time does not affect him. I never watched his season of Doctor Who, so I know his face, but I'm otherwise unfamiliar with him in anything else. But in this case, yeah, he's doing it. Barely aged.
Fresh off his hot role in Morbius.
Oh yeah, there's that too. There's a couple of other like kids obviously have to go from being like little shit age to being like big shit age. So they like, that's the thing is like you see kids go get recast like maybe 3 times in some cases, and then they just kind of land on the adult. I get like in some cases it works better than others, but they kind of try to match the facial features, but it worked. It didn't bother me that much. I had a moment. You just have a moment where the actor switches initially, where you're like, "Wait, is that?" and then they say it, and you're like, oh, okay.
And then they walk into a room and they go, "Hello, character name."
Precisely. But yeah, all that to say that I expect and hope that, like, you know, you can stop that now that the we've slowed it down. And yeah, get the fuck out on 3 seasons, guys. You know, plus you've got more Grimm to adapt if you really want to, and he ain't finishing Winds of Winter anytime soon. I don't know if you saw that picture.
He's not finishing Winds of Winter. Period.
Like, there's a picture I retweeted, which is him just surrounded by he's at the club, right? And he's got just like basically like Black Girls Night Out kind of crossed.
I saw that photo. Yeah,
crossed paths with Grimm, and they're like, "Hey, yo, let's take a picture," and he's just in it like, ah. And the picture is just tweeted out, and the tweet is just like, "Man, we got played. We ain't never getting them books, man.
Never.
Recognized game.
No way."
Dude is living it up. Yeah. Game recognized game, man. He played us all for fools. Yeah. Indeed, winter is coming.
They're gonna have to have security at that man's funeral.
Yeah, Grimm's like, "Hey, yo, call me Winter. What's up?" The girls are like, "Ah, you stupid. All right. So, House of the Dragon. Hey, I'm in. I'm gonna keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if they're not too greedy about it, which they always are, they'll end it when it needs to end, and then be like, let's just go grab another Grimm story because there's a bunch of them, and you know we don't have to write it ourselves.
Well,
and
Wooly, we got these actors, and they're already doing it.
There you go.
We have the costumes.
Mm-hmm. Dunk and Egg, right? Dunk and Egg coming at some point. So yeah.
What if we ran it all the way up to the Game of Thrones? Then we could do 40 seasons.
What's your name, lad? It's me. I'm young Tywin Lannister.
And I like money.
And crossbows. Oh yeah?
Yeah, yes. It's crazy. and then he meets like a dwarf on the road, and he goes, "I hate you. I would never have a child like you."
Now, excuse me, I've got to go to the privy. Yeah. There you go. Anyway.
Oh man, somebody in the chat is like, yeah, it's just Charles Dance pretending to be a 10-year-old.
with full facial hair. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. The HBO has a cash cow on their hands, and it's all of Grimm's books. For sure. Anyways, so a thumbs up on that. A recommend, for sure. And yeah, we beat Hi-Fi Rush. Finally got to that. I said at the beginning that this is a perfect game until proven otherwise, and it did not prove otherwise. This is a perfect game.
Yep.
And I want to stress
whole way through. Yep.
It's not just a perfect game; it's a perfect video game.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds you about video games. You know,
remember good ass video games.
I kept bringing it up because it would dawn on. It kept sinking in that it's like the gameplay is firing on all cylinders. The music is unbelievable, and this is in streamer mode. It can be switched over to non-streamer mode for the licensed music, which I imagine is also incredible. It visually
mode music
better, questionably, debate that people are willing to have.
It's not objective, it's to taste.
Absolutely, right? That's exactly what you want to hear. The love was put in on all those levels. Yes, it's got the references, but ultimately, visually, it's doing like just awesome cell shading. You're getting that, Jet Set, that Futurama like vibe to things, all that, colorful, bright, full of just joy. And when all these things are happening, you're like, okay, well, how's the actual like story and like writing and whatever? And it's like the jokes are funny, it's hilarious, it actually lands, like they're and I'm just happy that it's not like neon white, but
Yeah, neon.
and then like all that fucking personal, like if you've ever worked in an office, you feel this fucking just the Office Space level of dread that comes from the different departments, the heads, the CEOs, all that bullshit. It just takes the piss out of all of that to the perfect extreme degree. And you've got abusable robots that are being kicked around the entire time. They're charming as fuck. Oscar is the greatest. Was there from the start. It all comes back to Oscar. Hell yeah. And like one of the best things is like, and when they establish each character and what their bits are and in their department, like with Kale, he's that asshole. He's literally like, he says like, I started at the top and I worked to move sideways, and it's just like, that's perfect. Right. And like the only thing you really need to know is his last fucking line. Just the greatest, that like the bit that is, this is too much work.
It's too much. I don't care anymore.
Done. Like, so good. Of course it is, Yeah, they took that whole like office like motif to the extremes, and like it paid off in spades. The crew is great. I love everybody on the crew. They're all fun.
I like their gameplay functions as well. They're all lots of fun.
Comboing with them on the battlefield feels great as well. Here's the thing, and you know what? I just realized this now. It just occurred to me. The usage of them as strikers in the fight is so good, dynamic, varied, and frequent that I never even thought, damn, I'd love to play as them.
Yeah, because you're always playing as them.
I never even had that thought.
Four.
In other games, whenever you're stuck on a protagonist and you're looking at other cool characters, I always kind of go, I wonder what it would be like to, And I'm like, no, I never even wondered about that, because you get them and you get a couple moves with them and they're always out there, So yeah, that feels wonderful. It is kind of interesting that like I was saying, like all the accents are like at 50% strength. The British accent is kind of muted, the Scottish accent as well. The Indian accent, like everything's just like at about 50% on the slider, which to me is harder to do than the full blown, like, because I'm like, if I'm gonna do Corsica, you just got to go Shrek.
Yeah, Corsica's accent's hilarious. It doesn't seem on point.
Just like I can't imagine the mental slider of taking it to Shrek and then dialing it 50% back. But anyway, the synchronized like moments where you have the music kicking in for the final combos as well, kicking over to the rhythm game. The one thing I'll say is like during that like friendship beam moment, it's not a rhythm note chart and then you see the outcome. It's happening simultaneously, Owendan style. Yeah. So whenever it's a note chart, you get to put in the inputs and then watch the outcome. But when it's a Wendan style, I can't watch what's happening on screen and press and synchronize the buttons at the same time. So I'm like, whatever's happening right now, I hope it's cool, but I can't watch it. I have more like Guitar Hero experience than I do Elite Beat Agents or OS.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all of those are fucking unbelievable. The final like 2 hours or so, like the final stretch, is just a
Mm-hmm.
really fun sequence of rooms and challenges, and then a boss fight with some fun. Like phase 2 of Kale slows it down. Admittedly, you kind of have to stop and start baiting out the counters. You know,
Yeah.
you can't go in.
It's where
Um,
I started to get really good at the dodge into teammate because you
yeah,
need to.
or parry into teammate, right? Like you get
Mm-hmm.
some great abilities there as well. And yeah, overall, just yeah, I can't gush hard enough. You know, I was overjoyed to finally be able to unlock the ability to customize the character at the
Oh, you
end.
mean the ability to create Viola?
The ability to create Viola unwittingly, to which I then discovered that just about everybody goes through and makes a version of that character because the purple and black is the sickest looking outfit post game.
So, somebody sent me that clip, and the only thing that was different between the character you made and the character that I made was that I used the shorts, the black shorts instead of the pants, and I went for the hat instead of the white hair.
Dude, like
Like it I went on like a really long diatribe on my stream about it because when you beat it, because I was talking about it, and it's like this is like the proof positive that like Viola had all the elements to be great. They
never
were
had
just
beef
mixed
with her
together
look.
wrong.
Yes. Aesthetically, it was fine. It's everything she does. If
No,
you
but
show
even then, the way her aesthetics fit together are bad. The scarf,
I
Viola's
don't
scarf and glasses look
no.
like shit.
I don't like her glasses, but I don't mind Viola's overall design with the plaid pants. I think she's fine. I have no
I
problems with
think
it.
Viola's design doesn't work well in the art style that that game has. I think it works well in the art style that Hi-Fi Rush has.
Hmm. I'd like to see
I
her cell
I
shaded. That
I
could be interesting.
actually somebody made a joke about it, and I was like, you know what? Let's pull the clip up because nobody recognized it. And I pulled up a clip of the Homer,
Yeah, the car.
the car.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
And as I'm watching the Homer clip, I'm like, oh my God, Viola is the Homer. I
I
want this, I want this, I want this. And then at the end of the day, it's a fucking monstrosity.
So when I again I feel like I don't mind her design, especially when you see like I forgot the artist's name, but like um uh uh God, tip of my tongue, is it Shim? Anyway, the she does an amazing job with all these Bayo outfits that we never got, cutting floor
Hmm.
designs, and like you can see the fashion inspired aesthetic. Shimazaki. I wanted to say Kumazaki. Kumazaki. No, Shimazaki. Exactly. Yes. And she Viola pops off the page in concept art and looks exactly like one of those style really fashionable characters with just like the punk edge to it. The thing that I like, I don't like the lipstick as much, and the hair purple highlights. They could be placed in cooler places, as admittedly. The lipstick it could be a bit more subtle, but all things considered, overall, I think her look like works and is fine.
I'm looking at the art that you're describing,
Yeah.
and if I were to look at this concept art, I'd be like, that character looks cool. And then I see the model, and I'm like, that did not translate the way the other characters translated from their concept art.
Yeah, so there's a particular picture I'm gonna grab here, that I feel like it has an attitude to it that I like, that works for what Viola's potential is. Um, and let me see if I can pull it up on screen as well.
I just think it's so unfortunate because I'm like, I'm gonna try and talk about Hi-Fi Rush without unnecessarily comparing it to Bayonetta 3, a game in its own genre that just came out, and then I get to the end and like accidentally recreate a more like visually appealing version of one of the main characters and just go, oh,
Yeah. So, and to find out that we all kind of did, because those are the best options you get at the time. So yeah, like I feel like when you go to the concept art and you see what Viola kind of was set up to be, I'm like, oh yeah, that works, right? And and this picture in particular, like the lipstick isn't standing out as extreme, and it doesn't create as much of a insane contrast on her. The eyeliner and mascara is sharpening their eyes, and she just looks like the new kid on the scene who's kind of scruffy and ready to do her best, but I don't know, we'll see. Maybe she's gonna fuck it up, you know. This attitude was lost in the 3D for sure, but
I really feel like in the Bayonetta 3 ending, like when she looks at you and she's got all the extra bullshit on her, she's gonna tell me that like she knows how I feel because she's an empath. Like that's the energy coming off of her, and I'm just like,
I had
fucking
someone
gross.
say that unironically to me in real life. It was.
Oh, you really?
I got one of those. It was It was pretty good.
Oh, did you fucking shit?
I just went. I mean, I'm just like, hey man, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Cool. For sure. No doubt. Bet. But anyways, yeah, I think all this to say that like it was Viola's actions that brought us to where we're at. Now,
I'm so glad Ty remained stupid the whole story.
He's dumb, but he's good dumb, and he's got the right heart. His heart is a shitty iPod. When he and you know when Kayla's like, you're nothing without my tech, and it's like, damn, he's kind of right. And it's like, yeah, but I can throw the guitar away and have a little moment, but then I'm gonna get the guitar back because it's cooler. Shut up.
Yeah,
like absolutely, you know. And more importantly, as well, there's a one of my favorite parts is when they're getting ready for the point of no return, and Chai's like, okay, everybody, vibe check. How we doing? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. That's a great thing to ask the final party right before you approach Kefka's tower.
Hey, let me ask you, you know how you unlock the ability to have the cat charm all the enemies like very near the end of the game?
Yeah.
Did you try it against Kale?
I sure did.
Oh, it's great. Oh, it's incredible.
You thought that would work on me? I'm a dog person.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Fun waste of 2 bars for sure.
And like have the wrong super for the whole fucking fight. You can switch to your other one, but still.
So I kind of immediately after I still lament the fact that I wish I could have bought outfits and unlocked more stuff during the journey, but I understood right away as soon as we got to the end that like the outfits are purchased with the same currency you buy your moves with. I would have been fucking styling, swag, and broke. Yeah. I would have had no moves because I would have been also fucking the aesthetically
excellent,
balling out.
The post game is incredible. Like Rhythm Tower is great. It's exactly what it needs to be, and Rhythm Master is awesome. However, Rhythm Master is not nearly hard enough.
Interesting.
Rhythm Master has the I don't know, you probably unlocked it but didn't go into it.
Exactly, yeah.
If you hit D on your rhythm, you just die. And otherwise, it's the very hard difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that in order to beat the very hard difficulty, you're probably on point with 90% plus rhythm regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually doesn't make much. The rhythm killing you really doesn't make that much of a difference whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, I just to even approach any of that or so, like I also needed the ability to replay, to get better, to improve and fight different waves of enemies and stuff, because that's how I play DMC and Bayo, you know, is like I gotta go back in and try that verse again. So I just would have been nice, but I get it. And furthermore, the needs that I have for that are also like besides being my preference, it's also like this helps an LP, but LP is not the normal way to play this game. Therefore,
Yeah, content creation is
I
a
get it.
secondary concern.
I get it. But aesthetics. I always want aesthetics. You know,
Yeah.
I would love that to have been a secondary currency and just be like, yeah, man, dress up, have fun, go nuts. You know, like that's a lot of fun playing through. You know, yeah, a game like Dark Souls or Neo or you know any of that. Like you dressing your shit up, putting on new shit. Like that's always fun. You know. Anyways, Hi-Fi Rush, unbelievable, impeccable.
A+.
Game of the year in January, and I hope that they drop perhaps like a DLC content.
They put out a photo mode.
Yep, they did. They did. We got that. That was cool to go through the final areas with because we could zoom in on the posters and see the details. But I would hope for like just you know a little extra something, and then don't ask them for shit until it's ready. Whenever they want to, they've earned their ability to surprise us. But fucking Tango on the map with not just with a completely different style of game from Evil Within.
Well, the next game is probably Evil Within. On
3?
one of the computer monitors near the end of the game, there's a news ticker that goes, "New game in long-standing horror franchise announced."
Okay, and how does that make you feel? Because I don't know.
Excited. Evil Within 2 is excellent.
Okay, cool.
Evil Within 2 was fantastic.
Wasn't it bad and then the DLC was good?
No, Evil Within 1 was just bad, and then Evil Within 2 was stellar.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I also just a brief it's not enough to talk about, but I booted up Wolong for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Just to kind of see the character creator and like touch it for a second.
Yeah, it's good.
That character creator is fucking phenomenal, man. God
high quality
damn.
character creator.
Yeah, the Neo 2 creator or whatever, right? Like, also it's funny because like Neo Man himself, Engine William is right there as one of the templates too. If you just want to make
the Neo 2 guy.
Neo 3. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the guy to the right of William in that character creator is the Neo 2 guy.
That's funny. Okay, so you can just pretend this is your Neo 3. Yeah, okay.
Oh, fuck it.
In China. And something I guess I didn't go far enough to hit a boss or anything, so you know, it's very limited. But one thing that's very clear is that this is the term Neo-like is way more apt because Neo has a very the feel of Neo is very much not like Souls is talking about the corpse run, the difficulty, the way bosses and stages are kind of, you know, placed where you get through a hard stage, you get to that boss, and then you die, you have to go all the way back. All of that works its way in. You're leveling up, the way you pick your stats, a lot of that in structure is very similar, right? But running around on foot in Neo is really not like running around on foot in Dark Souls or Demon
nothing
or
like
Bloodborne.
It doesn't feel anything like it the same.
The
stages aren't built the same.
The jumping around, all of that has its own thing to it. And yeah, Wolong is locked into that Neo-like way of doing things.
Has different mechanics, but it's clearly a cousin.
Yeah. Between the two, I prefer the Souls way. It's a little bit slower, but fights have more impact to them. The weapons that are big heavy hitters in Neo, like they will feel like that, but like a lot of the medium things come across as like almost like light, you know, in the way they hit and swing and the speed of like some of them the big attacks will be like, it's like just a really quick flash and slash, and it's like, oh, no fanfare, right? No giant Artorias fucking, you know? It's actually just a little whoop, bam, you know?
I cut you now. You're cut.
But like then if you get a combo out of that, you can do a whole sequence and stuff. Then
Yeah.
Neo kind of expands and allows you to do a bunch of shit
Yeah,
to,
it's where it's splitting the difference with the Ninja Gaiden history.
Yeah, right. Ninja Gaiden is kind of definitely, because those are the same roots, right? You see the pacing of the combat is coming closer to that, whereas and then like other character action games are slower paced and free combo system going type of thing. Absolutely, the Ninja Gaiden roots are showing in that regard. Um, but yeah, I didn't mind what I felt of it. I don't think it bothered me per se. I didn't see as much for sure, but like the it is just a, you have to like, if you almost have to think of the parry as a dodge more, I guess.
Do
If you're
you
not,
understand what I meant by the parry is a slide?
it's not a royal guard.
No, you're not deflecting and you're not stopping.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Mm-hmm.
squeezing off
Mm-hmm.
of
Mm-hmm.
it.
I kind of do. I kind of do. I kind of do get what you mean. Um,
Like
and,
it's a good feeling in and of itself. It's just it's not what I think of as a parry at all.
um,
It does. Yeah, you're right. It feels like a really good dodge.
it's a tight dodge. The and it's interesting too, because like you also look at the comparison point is in Wild Hearts, the umbrella parry, and that is like, it's a parry that knocks you back, but then your move lets you come flying back in for a riposte, you
Mm-hmm.
know? So it feels as if, like, instead of you being the rock that the world crashes against with a it's you're
Yeah.
getting blown the fuck back. You take no damage from it, but thank you for heating up my weapon to max heat.
Mm-hmm.
And also here comes a flying riposte, So it turns that moment of weakness into a really sick follow through that like makes it feel good. That shit's fun. Yeah. Anyway, um, I might peep a bit more, but I did kind of get what you were talking about with that. But all this to say, Hi-Fi Rush done. Going to continue with Mass Effect. So for now, tune in as we continue over on Wooly Versus. We're going to do that. We're going to have our get into fighting games, hopefully with Test Your Luck later on this week, and then we'll be moving into as previously announced FF9 as soon as
Hooray!
as
That's a good game.
we can. And yes, I have installed the Moguri mod, which
Is
is
that for the nice visuals?
nice backgrounds, better like redone music, widescreen, up to 4K in visuals, and you can even make the game 60 FPS if you want to, but I don't want to because it
Does
looks
that
weird.
not fuck with it a little?
It seems like it just looks wrong. I just don't think it looks better in 60. It just feels weird. So I'm gonna keep that at the original, but everything else is going to look really, really pretty on it. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the side-by-sides on the Moguri mod website, and it's like, that's a big difference.
yeah, some people basically took the Moguri mod basis and then kept adding extra shit to it, which where I'm like, all right, we don't need to get in the weeds that hard. I'm just down for an experience that is like a pretty looking version of the original, but I don't want to have something so divorced from.
You want like pseudo vanilla, like it's the same game. It's just a little nicer, a little sprucer, got a little sugar on it.
And then the other thing, I guess once it rolls out, like we'll see. I'm sure people have opinions on it, but the combat options are turn based or ATB.
There's a turn-based system in FF9.
There's an option to switch between the two. You can turn it into just like turn or typical ATB. So ATB with wait. Yeah. Okay. So active or not, active or wait. I don't know.
Oh wait, okay. Wait just stops time when you're in the fucking item or magic menu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what you mean.
Right. So my preference is wait because yeah, I'm not a fucking skilled menu scroller, and
ATB, you pussy, do it.
as anyone who watched Six came to know, it took me a while to get comfortable with the fast and I still selected wrong things as well. So I'm probably gonna play on wait. Um, that's my
You
RPG
got, dude,
preference.
you got to play it on ATB so that you can prepare for the action combat of Final Fantasy 16. It's the same thing. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Um, if I pressed my button to attack and then pressed my button to jump, I might consider it. But
Yeah.
because it's just how fast can you menu scroll, I think I can just take my turn if that's all right. Speed menus is not like my idea of like riveting fucking panic gameplay like
I
it's
still
just
remember people laughing like out loud when I would go play an old Resident Evil game and I would go to like reload my gun and I'm just like don't even see the inventory screen because I'm just flying through it so fucking
sure,
fast.
sure. I've talked about it in the past. Like I've always enjoyed uh uh blah. Sorry.
I've always
RTS
enjoyed the blah.
RTS was always rougher for me than tactical games or turn-based strategy. You know, for those reasons as well, like base building and unit producing and expansion and all of that. Just
Yeah, you know what
ah.
RTS games have started to do lately, and I'm super here for it. Hey man, are you playing single player? Hit that fucking space bar and just stop.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's great. I like that.
Fucking Total Warhammer does that. Company of Heroes, the new one does that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
The new Age of Empires does that. And
mm-hmm.
it's like, listen, I want to build my little base and I want to make my little guys and I want to send my little guys over there, but I don't want to have hard micro. So just let me hit
Mm-hmm.
the space and then I'll micro
Yeah.
my boys and then I'll
No,
hit space again.
if the gameplay is menus, then judge me on my actions and decisions.
Yeah.
If the gameplay is real time,
Mhm.
active in input and such, then sure, speed can be a factor.
Yeah,
You
real
know?
time strategy with pause. It's the same basic system that like your Baldur's Gate through Pillars of Eternity uses. It's like everyone's gonna do their bullshit, but if you're like, no, I want Fireball here in
Yeah.
this spot
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
now. You just take a little second. Makes the biggest difference in the world. I think Total War's been doing it the longest.
Okay. Or if you want maximum swag, and I'm super down for this too, don't stop time. Just slow it down while Cloud is in midair.
Just slow down a lot.
And then, like, what do you want to do with Barrett? Okay, and boom, brrr, you know, like that's that's the best of both worlds. Um, God, God, that fucking system.
That's great.
I loved it so much. It was against the Hojo. It was the Hojo fights where like it all just came together, and I had like the music swelling while the characters were
It's all
jumping
perfect.
through the air, and like Tifa was fucking doing a combo, and like the flames. It was just I was like, oh, this is everything I want. Like the action, and then you get your menus if you want, and then you can the menus are made cooler because you slow down on a sick action moment, you know. And as Gene said wonderfully on Twitter, that like the promise of Advent Children, you know, has been chased.
Did you play Intergrade?
I didn't.
Okay, so Intergrade expands on that system dramatically.
Nice.
Uh, so you should. So first of all, you should definitely play Intergrade. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
But the second is that Yuffie and that other guy whose name I can't remember, who's your
Stickman.
party member for the whole DLC. You can hit a button and they turn into one character. So you will attack and like it's him like holding the stick up so that Yuffie jumps off it and she bounces off the enemy while he goes in for a strike, and they
Oh.
become one combined character.
Okay.
You're basically fighting as a continuous dual tech.
Mission 18 versus with Dante and Virgil.
No, but like together. It's not like they're separated. I mean, they are literally, they have a combined unified moveset as if they were one character.
They move as a unit. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And
Sick.
it's incredible and it looks great and it has its own gameplay thing. And I'm looking at that and then going, Tifa and Cloud and Barrett and Aerith are going to have this system.
Oh, ice climbers. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
like this is going to be the expansion of the system.
I mean, if they're moving and attacking in like constant dual tech synchronized formation, that is the hypest shit I can possibly
here's
imagine.
The thing: do I want to fight
so
Sephiroth
cool.
with Zack, or do I want to fight Sephiroth as Cloud and Zack simultaneously?
And everything you do is fucking teamwork.
Yeah.
Level 10. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, you should get on Integrate. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, no. So I originally, when Punch Mom was going through it, I was going to recommend that actually, but like that's when I realized, oh, Integrate is not on all platforms, and
it is not.
That was the,
well, now it is, but
at the time it wasn't. Yeah, no, looking forward. That, oh fuck, that sounds great. Like, what if X-Cut was just
hold on, let me pull up
a whole style.
Or
the two maids in Melty Blood. That's good shit.
Let me see if I can pull this up. No, I don't want all the cutscenes. All right, this is actually going to be impossible to find.
Sure, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Cool. So yeah, that'll all continue. Also, of course, Wooly versus the Algorithm. Go check it out. We've got some shorts dropping. If you haven't subscribed to the second channel, go do it. You can watch things like Tier 4 simping for Princess Peach. Shoutouts to Paper Mario. And I mean, it's worth a fucking mention, but yo, so like, they took the building out of Fortnite and then added movement, and now it's just like this thing that occasionally lets you be Eren Yeager or a midair sword slasher or a jet set radio grinding shoot thing, and fucking, I wish that was moment to moment gameplay. You know, that version of that game. Mean? Well, because like those are seasonal items, right? Like you have to.
So it's literally this moment to a couple more moments, and then it'll be gone.
Yeah. And the thing that the little clip had in mind that I was like, okay, this is actually really interesting, was that like none of them were shooting guns. They were killing people that were shooting at them by closing the distance with melee. Actually, no, the rail was, but the sword and the 3D maneuver gear was like, yep, I'm dodging around a bullet and coming in for a melee kill. And I was like, that in third person is always gonna be my shit. So
yeah, so who needs like I'm sure they will add, so they do this and they add a basic mechanic and then it'll go away for a month or two and then it gets added back in as some variation.
Generic
so, like,
version.
They had like excellent Spider-Man swinging for a while. Like the whole season it was absolutely excellent, and now we have 3D maneuver gear, which is, it looks like it's kind of using some of the same guts. And the whole thing is like, man, you should just play Fortnite every season because it's always a different cool ass shooting video game.
But will there ever be all of them available?
No, shut up. Buy the battle pass.
We will never have Spider-Man swinging while you're rail skating shooting while someone else is 3D maneuver gearing behind you.
Maybe. If you buy enough of the battle pass.
Because the secret and the truth of the matter is like, that's what the tweet was like, it dropped the towers and became a movement game, you know? And it's like, yeah, movement, especially in third person, is really
Yeah.
fun and cool and
Uh,
feels good.
like it's so honestly, Fortnite seems to be what you would want a live service game to be, which is it's updated every 2-3 months into a different kind of game that is interesting and has all of its stuff, and it's just doing it over and over and over and over and over.
Hmm.
Like, I can easily understand why, if there is a person who likes first person shooters, they're good with just this. Because every 3 months they get a slightly different sequel to the game they're already playing.
And it's time limited.
Yeah, and they have build and non-build now.
Yeah, yeah. But apparently build is more popular and gets
I've
more
I've
players.
heard argument about that. I personally prefer non-build, but I mean
Someone said the non-build the giveaway was that what was it that like they give the ability for everyone to vote on what items they want to come out each season, and the
hmm
voting has always been for non-build related items by
hmm
a large margin, so that shows that it's weighted towards more popular non-build being the more popular mode now.
Yeah, no, I don't know anybody who plays build anymore. Everybody I talk to, I'm like, "What are you Are you playing the Fortnite?" I'm like, "Yeah, zero build," because they want to play like Apex or Titanfall or like
Yeah,
Call of Duty, but
sure, sure.
they don't want to shoot someone and have them gentrify a neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Um, I like movement and melee, so.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right, bathroom break number 2.
I was about to say I actually could go for one. Thank you.
Okay. Sponsors.
Whom I love.
The first of which this week is DoorDash.
I love you, DoorDash.
The name DoorDash implies the action that's going to occur. The dashing is the bringing of your food. The door is the thing that separates you from the food.
It's
DoorDash
the
is
only thing.
it's gonna dash you the food you want to eat so quick you won't even know what's going on, and they're gonna leave it at your door or hand it to you. All you've got to do is open the door and pick it up.
You
That's
can
what
dash to your door if you prefer.
it might take you the time it takes the dasher to dash to your door for you to get to your door, but once you get to
Via
your door.
dashing.
There you go. Love a good DoorDash. You know, I love an up dash. I love a double dash. Um, Wall dashing is pretty cool, but door dashing is sick. In particular, they've got a dash pass as well where you can unlock some savings. So if you're ordering and getting your faves on the regular, then you can save some money with the dash pass. Basically, your membership with Dash Pass gives you unlimited $0 delivery fees from thousands of eligible restaurants, grocery stores, and convenience stores. And once you join, you'll save more on each order and receive DoorDash credits back on all your pickup orders, so you get more back in your wallet as well. Not just food, too. You're getting savings on flowers, pet supplies, groceries, all that stuff. So you can get all the regulars you need. And as I've said before, yeah, the ability to get like utility stuff dropped off when I'm busy is crucial. It's been amazing for getting particular convenience store things brought over as well. So yeah, check them out. Of course, your favorite restaurants are still on there, but also convenience stores. So check out what's going on. And if you, right now, you can get up to 50% off, up to a $20 value on your next Dash Pass order when you sign up for a membership and redeem CSB at checkout. So that's 50% off your first Dash Pass order, up to a $20 value with CSB. You can say goodbye to delivery fees and get Dash Pass from DoorDash today using CSB. And when you got zero delivery fees, you're free to get more because you can. So start your free month trial today. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
This week, we're also sponsored by Bombas. Comfy socks. Real simple. You want to get your feet feeling good. You want to get your underwear feeling good. You want to get your undershirts feeling good. You're going to need to start with material that doesn't pile up the sweat. I mean, we can talk about the other features and whatever, but really, it's the sweat wicking thing that just, like, yeah. I hate it. I hate it when you sit for a long time and then you shift and you feel like, oh no.
Yeah. I
Oh
hate it.
no.
I can't stand it.
The ass groove sweat has begun. And you can, and that little bit of damp, that comes right, and you're like, oh God, why can't everything be dry and ventilated?
Forever. Wooly, I ask myself almost every day, why can't I be dry?
It's a problem. But you're going to need better socks, underwear, and undershirts to help you with that. And Bombas is about that because they've got the sweat-wicking material. Blister-preventing, friction-free. The good stuff. The stuff that's smooth, feels good on your body. The material that you want to pick out of your sock drawer every single time. It's called Hex Tech. And that name is apt because I think they've cast hexes on their fabric. I don't know. Strategic zone cushioning? What does that even mean? I can't even understand the jargon we're getting into. But there's a lot of words here that mean the socks feel good. So check them out. They're also the company that is donating a pair for every one that you buy as well. So they're helping out those in need, as it's the highest demanded item for a lot of shelters. So go to bombas.com/superbeast, use code superbeast, and you're going to get 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/superbeast, and use code superbeast at checkout. Thank you, Bombas.
Thank you, Bombas.
Oh, you're quiet.
Thank you, Bombas. Sorry about that.
Podcast is also this week sponsored by Raycon.
Don't need wires.
Yep. You
I
don't.
don't need them.
You don't. In fact, you should be on an anti-wire crusade at this point.
I'm
Really.
resentful of this wire. I don't like it.
Um, it's just wireless is the way to go. It's the way we live. It's the future. It's the present. It's now, old man. Adapt or die. Um, you know, Raycon's wireless headphones, wireless earbuds. They're all gonna get you the quality that you're looking for, and you don't have to have your pockets twisted up with that nonsense. They fillet, they stretch, they get exposed, they get chewed on by your pets, and sometimes you. They're just
Sometimes me.
sometimes you. Don't pretend it's not you. Why are there human teeth marks on these wires?
Sometimes you want to chew on something.
It sucks. Don't do it. Chew on the
Uh-huh.
imaginary wire that is no longer in your life when you get the Raycons going.
I think that's
And
grinding my teeth.
yeah, I don't think the wire to chew on is going to help you in that regard. So
I don't
look,
think so.
you got premium audio quality coming in at a lower price point, so you don't have to break the bank in order to get something decent. And of course, as well, they've got low latency gamer headphones, everyday earbuds, battery life that lasts long. It lasts throughout the entire gaming night. Oh, will it? That's okay. And you're getting them at half the price of other premium audio brands. So you have enough to get a pair and a spare for what you would pay for some of the other more expensive
I
and
love a pair and a spare.
short-living earbuds out there. Yeah. Of course, I know, as I've said, it's become the go-to every day for Punch Mom. She uses them. She takes calls on them. She's listening. She's sleeping. She's just living her
Living her
life.
damn life.
Living her life with the Raycons. And not a wire to be found anywhere. She's at her best without wires anywhere. So, yeah. Get in there. If you're ready to buy something small with a big impact, go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today, and you can get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast, and you're going to score 15% off. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
Last but not least, the podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Cha-ching is the sound of a business sale going through, and
That's
it's the
the
sound,
onomatopoeia for money.
and it's the sound of something that I barely understand how to do because,
I
quite
don't get it.
frankly, that's not what I signed up for. I signed up to sit in front of a microphone and talk shit, not
Put the clown makeup on.
yeah, and then occasionally show my ass, and then everyone laughs at it, and then
Aha.
I go ha yeah, and then after
Look
the
at this man's weird balls.
and then after the cameras
Cha-ching.
turn off, feel satisfied that you've exposed yourself, you've sold yourself for money. Cha-ching. Your shame is their joy and entertainment.
I understand that part.
Yeah. But if I gotta get like you to check out to buy a T-shirt, for example, which we do have, it's like, man, how do I do that? I don't know. Well, that's where Shopify steps in, because they're the all-in-one commerce platform that revolutionizes millions of businesses worldwide. Whatever you're trying to sell, whatever you're trying to set up, whatever shop you're trying to make for your website, for your store, you can get Shopify to help you out with the platform that's going to track your sales at any scale, small to large companies. It's going to be able to integrate your social media marketplaces, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. It'll track your growth, give you all the metrics you need. And you don't have to learn coding or design as well. It's got all the options available, easy to use, and 24/7 help just in case you need a little bit extra support. So step into the world of leaving it to the pros, because I'll take care of bending over and showing my ass on camera. And then that'll make the people laugh. And then they'll be like, ha, I want to buy a commemorative t-shirt of the time his ass was on stream. And then that's where Shopify takes over. And they find a way to expand the business, you know? Yeah. Sign up for a $1 per month trial at shopify.com/superbeast, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/superbeast to take your business to the next level today. Shopify.com/superbeast.
Thanks,
Thank
Shopify.
All right. So, what's going on? A couple stories this week. Obviously, the Resident Evil 4 remake was the big one with the chainsaw demo. You touched on that a little bit earlier.
I touched it.
And yeah, there were basically some people that were looking at this as the best, or the most, like, this is an example of Capcom's current gen reach for the moon engine efforts being backwards ported to PS4. And it's not getting the love that you would hope for. Seems like just putting all the options in, setting them to low, and hoping it runs well is not enough because...
hey, it's good enough. Come on.
So here's the thing. It's not the worst version of the game. The worst version of the game is, of course, if you run it on minimum PC spec, right?
Yeah.
So there's an Event Hubs article that did some comparisons.
Oh, perfect. I was just wondering where I could go see these.
Yeah, here. And it just kind of like...
There's no Xbox One version of the game.
No. But they were running PC spec on a Ryzen 5 3500 or a GeForce 1650 Super, just to see how it would look. And yeah, it obviously just not great. It falls apart. But PS4 base, as we were touching on earlier, averages at 25 frames per second, struggles to reach 30.
Average.
Textures looking muddy and fuzzy, of course. It might be better optimized later on, but for now, this is the only clue of what Street Fighter 6 might look like, because there is a PS4 version and it's all going to be cross-compatible, which is kind of like...
Well, the thing with the fighting game is that, like, because you have a really limited view, you can just keep turning it down, right?
Yeah, and people on PC used to do that when the PC ports were terrible. Thing is, though, I don't know if you know this, but a lot of people don't have PS5s, Pat.
I'm aware.
A lot of people have PS4s.
I'm aware.
And a lot of people that want to play these games are going to be only jumping in on the console that they have.
Yeah, so it's up to the devs to just turn it down.
And you just kind of, it's like, you always understand that, like, there's going to be there's the lead platform, and this is in QA, you nice and early, the lead platform, and then everything else is a port. Everything else is another team or another group of people taking what the devs themselves are touching and converting it over. In some cases, you have expertise where someone will be able to be a multi-platform porter themselves, and they'll be handling it all in one. But a lot of cases, you'll have a company that just steps in to do the porting for you, or it'll just be an afterthought. It won't be the priority. It won't be the focus of bugs and polish and so on and so forth. So PS4 is not going to be the focus, you know? You don't want a version of this game that runs worse being a problem, because then you have cross-compatibility on multiplayer, where now all my matches against people on PS4 suck, because that happened with Exerd, for example, when they had PS3 to PS4. And then you're like, well, fuck, I don't want to put I want my matchmaking to cut out crossplay then, because any crossplay matches I get feel bad. You know, and that's if you even know about that. If some people are just playing and they don't know why, they get bad feeling matches because of that issue without knowing you can turn that off or so, and you create
You're
an
right,
issue
Wooly.
where there
We
doesn't need to be one.
should cancel the Street Fighter 6 for PlayStation 4.
Actually, I was thinking we could make it good. So anyway, this is all just.
There's only so much that can be done if it's
There
made
is.
for the higher spec and you roll it down.
There is. What is nice though is that like people that investigated the demo, the beta, and looking at all those PC options, you saw a whole.
There's
lot.
a lot. It's crazy.
There's a lot, right? So finding the right balance of those is a possibility that I hope like they land on something nice.
Just turn them all off.
But frame rate fuckery is always the issue, right? You want to make sure frame rate can be prioritized for fighting games in this type of situations over any of the performance options. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, but this is just anticipating it possibly based on the way RE4 is being treated.
I don't think you have to worry about any frame rate problems for Street Fighter 6 on PlayStation 4. I think you have to worry about the game looking really ugly on PlayStation 4. I think you have to worry about it looking significantly worse than Street Fighter 5 on PS4.
So what are the options we're clicking, right? What are we turning on? What are we turning off? We fucking
Resolution
around
is the first one.
We drop in aliasing. Like, what do we, where do you take the hit?
So the very first thing you do is you drop the resolution to the minimum mandated resolution that the platform holder will do.
Shadow texture qualities.
Shadow is the second to go. Then is
720p.
every single effect. Then is model quality. Then is textures.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about PS4, right? Okay, Street Fighter 6 is going to have great netcode. We know this. We've played it, right? One of the things about netcode is that it takes resources, right? Mm-hmm. If Street Fighter 6 has more intensive netcode in terms of resources and is running on the same shit that Street Fighter 5 was, unless the Reach for the Moon engine is way more optimized, it's probably going to look worse than Street Fighter 5 does on PS4.
It very well
But it'll play good.
The silver lining, I suppose, is the PS4 Pro version was all right.
Yeah.
So if you happen to have a Pro, you are likely going to run into less issues. The main concern is the base model PS4s at this point. Mm-hmm. But it was able to lock 30. Couldn't get 60, but hit 45 again. It was the note. So
here's the thing, right? Normally this wouldn't be a problem. PS5 supply with the pandemic and the semiconductor shit and blah 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 blah. PS5 supply would be normal, but like the console, the PS4 was released in November 15th of 2013. The game's gonna be the console's gonna be 9.5 years old. Right?
Sure.
Like when I was playing 4th year PlayStation 2 games, the conversation wasn't about how they were going to look on PS1.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
yeah, and I think everyone kind of understands that, and I think it's reasonable that everyone's like, yeah, okay, it's getting close to a decade old. The problem is just the availability of getting a fucking new one, like.
But at the same time, like, how does Metal Gear Solid 2 look on the N64?
Sure.
Yeah,
like,
it looks like shit.
Yes, but if you can't get a fucking PS2, you know what I mean? Like, it's a shitty conversation because you're like, well, how many people are stuck with the N64 version? Not because they wouldn't want the better version, but because that's all you can fucking get.
So you're completely right, but it's like it's still a massive improvement from the old day of like, I don't have a PS2. Well,
Mm-hmm.
you can't play these games then.
Yes.
Shut up.
But, a lot of people are going to basically judge it on that version that they can get, and that'll be that.
Yeah.
Just before
So
we
it's
started.
sorry, it's up to Capcom to make sure that it runs well. But
Yes.
I mean,
Earlier, someone was talking about the 13 Sentinels port, and like, yeah, if the Switch version is the only one you can get of a game, then it's understandable. You play what's available to you, but man, do those games run worse on that compared to everything else,
yeah, you should never play a multi-platform game on the Switch.
So it just kind of
If you can get around it, you shouldn't play Nintendo games on it either.
well, God, yeah, but it just that comes to mind. Anyways, so we talked about that. We talked about Bedman.
Bedman?
Bedman.
Mm.
But while we were discussing a little bit of the FromSoft and Wolong and Neo, we didn't make room for Bleak Faith. Have you heard of Bleak Faith?
I heard that they stole some of the animations from Dark Souls.
So Bleak Faith is a Soulslike that is that's come out that is showing off some of the cybergoth take on FromSoft stuff, and people noticed that some of the animations are just fucking identical to the ones seen in Elden Ring, and we're like, well, that's weird. And it's not just one instance; it's multiple. Yeah, when the fucking whirlwind sword attack and like a bunch of the weapon arts type moves you're seeing are like straight up lifted,
Yeah.
and so people are like, what's up with that? Well, they the devs came back and basically explained that it's not that they lifted the animations directly from Elden Ring. It's actually way simpler. It's just they bought canned animations off of the Epic Game Store marketplace, and
whoever put them up on the Epic Game Store
just took them from Dark Souls
ripped them
and
off.
Elden Ring, and they basically filled in asset flip like moves with whatever was on the shop. It wasn't just, of course, the moves. There's a bunch of stuff for just whatever art direction. You want a rock, you want a tree, you want any little asset to throw in, you just buy it off the marketplace and you can fill in your game with all of that. A lot of games that are asset flip games come out every day, actually. Giant wastes of money and time for those who recognize the same fucking assets everywhere. But this is just a case of buying canned animations, right? So it's interesting because it's like, instead of the game being like, oh, you stole from someone else's art, it's actually just you didn't care enough to make your own, and or were trying to cut corners in time, so you just dropped in whatever you could buy, which is a whole other thing, because it just, to me, it's like there's nothing, like, you can do that. You can make a game full of pre-sold assets, and all those assets do have the licensing so that you're allowed to reuse them wherever you want to, as long as you've purchased them. But it just says to me that, like, oh, your art direction is an afterthought if this is
so.
kind
I
of
disagree
how you
with
treat
that. Actually, it's a very small studio, and it does. Well, I've watched some footage. It does not come off like an asset flip. It comes off as people who bought some items off the marketplace in order to shore up some of their development like weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
The obvious fault on this goes to Epic and the people selling animations that aren't theirs.
See, but here's the thing, though, right? Some people then kind of looked at another aspect of this, and were pointing out that that's not the only place where corners were cut. They have a number of perk illustrations in the game for all of your abilities, and those were all generated with AI. They basically instead of having artists create those perk things, they kind of just jumped on Midjourney and generated a bunch of icons as well. And it's kind of just like, well, again, you can. It just kind of, it's like, yeah, it just, if your limitations are there or whatever, sure. But it kind of tells me like your priorities are less about having like an artist sit here and actually fucking work on a consistent thing that is gonna be a style that you have, that it's not like just, well, let's grab this sword animation because we need that, let's just generate this art for this perk because we need that, let's fill for time, let's go like these are all things where an artist's touch is fucking better. So I always prefer to see that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's like it doesn't scream like asset flip, but it does give off a genuine aura of like, I don't mean to be rude, but like, we're trying, but maybe we don't know exactly how to do this very good.
I hope so, because I also am talking from seeing just the clips of what's the side by side like copied, and I'm not coming off of this having played the game and gone through it and seen what's there and what level of asset quote unquote flippery it feels like, because some games that are asset flips do just feel hollow top to bottom. But I do just like, every time I see that, it's just like, that's a, like, fuck, man. Like, I anytime I see some place where an artist can have done something, and I know it's not always possible, but it just, this is what it is, right? It's a bummer when you kind of fill in the artist gaps with assets, AI, whatever you can, just smooth it over. Let's just get there, So
the main thing that really stands out is like, the asset flip thing's been going on for a million years now.
Yeah.
But like, when you get the assets in like raw, you have to alter them to some degree, because even if they're completely unique, bespoke assets for this asset pack or animation pack, like, you really don't want your animation set to look exactly the same as other people who use this asset pack or animation pack off of the storefront, right? You need to customize them to some degree so that they're yours, or they're notably yours.
But you see, the whole thing is, this conversation is, but you don't have to, right? You can just,
you don't have to use a toilet when you shit either.
You don't have to do anything. That's what I'm saying, is like there, because like I'm seeing some people are going, so what, Wooly? And it's like, well, so nothing. They can do this. That's fine. It's just when you see a comparison like this and you go, well, that looks bad, and it's like, well, why? Well, because exactly what it is. They didn't take the time, where they could have, and there's corners where they cut them to just generate fill by whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they could have, it didn't have to be Midjourney generated. It could have been stock art, it could have been.
We got an update.
Okay.
For the game. This is an animation or asset update from the devs. As promised, here's the escalation issue with Epic. Quote from Epic Games. Pursuant to marketplace distribution agreement, each marketplace seller represents and warrants to Epic that they have appropriate rights to upload their content. As with any store that hosts third-party content, however, Epic is not in a position to independently verify that, and Epic makes no guarantee to purchasers of the content, end quote. So essentially, they state they cannot verify the copyright of animation packages that you purchase through their store.
Right. Yeah.
which is fucking nonsense.
Well, because
So
it's a classic giant marketplace. We're not liable for what gets uploaded to our marketplace. Disclaimer.
you're selling stolen shit, Tim
Yeah.
Sweeney.
Yeah.
The dev goes on to say, this is not satisfactory, so we've taken the decision to replace the assets purchased over the store. Some
Cool.
changes we included, more coming. Certainly, this has been a huge lesson, and other indie creators out there to the assets
Dope.
on these storefronts seemingly cannot be purchased in good faith.
Yeah. It's understandable, again, if it's a small team and a small game trying to make something that there's only so much that a person or that one artist can do if that's the only artist on the team, if it's not, and so on. Like, it's not, anyone reasonable can understand that there's a limitation to that, right? It's just things like this, just like, and if it's not a big deal to you, then that's fine too. But it just, every time it gets pointed out, certainly it does kind of it just looks like, that's shitty if that looks like it's coming straight off of the store or whatever. And Epic, of course, uploading
full of fucking shit. Like
Epic uploading, or rather, like, being less diligent about that stuff. That's not surprising, because it's, again, like, if they're just like, whatever, it's like YouTube videos, how much shit gets uploaded, whatever goes on, like, if their verification process
one of the things about the DMCA that actually makes sense is you go, hey, YouTube, there's pirated shit all over your website. It's here, 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 and here. And that gives YouTube the demand, like, take it down. So they take it down. Now, is this horribly abused? Yeah, totally. Absolutely. But, like, this is the exact scenario that IP law was supposed to prevent, which is, hey, someone stole my shit and is selling it through your store. Can you take down my stolen shit? And they go, it's not really our job. We just want to make the money off of it.
Yeah. So, the actual
copyright laws, it's fucking bullshit.
It's interesting because, of course, this is all happening before FromSoft has a take on the matter, which they may or may not. It might even be
I don't think
small enough that they would even bother or whatever, But definitely, like, the old days of go if you want to go back far enough, if you want me to pull a fucking classic Wooly card, right?
Go for it.
What happened after the breakout success that was Street Fighter 2? Well, a lot of games went, ooh, fighting
Street Fighter
games. 2. Guy in a gi with a fireball. Okay. And then we got all the clones, right?
Yeah.
Now, not all clones are made equal, because
hell no.
Sometimes you get Ryo and Robert in Art of Fighting, who then Street Fighter references and makes fun of in the future or whatever. And then you get KOF, and it's like, oh, here's these two Japanese students that throw fireballs and uppercuts, but other stuff's going on, whatever. Fighter's history, world history, all that stuff. And then you get Super Fighter, where they just traced over sprites of Chun-Li. Like, there's no ambiguity in we took the Karate Man in a gi doing a fireball cue. We actually just drew over your work and recolored it. And there's a whole other level where, like, Capcom's not gonna make fun of that and put a clown mask on you and say, look at my Dan character, you're such a goofy ripoff. They're gonna sue you, actually. So there's just that kind of level of, like, when you're looking at that era, the games that went that route were just like, oh, that's actually a legal problem at this point. This response they're having here is good, and all the best. Again, I don't know how the game plays or looks or feels otherwise outside of this news about it, but the more asset flip usage that gets put into anything, no matter how small your indie game is, no matter what's going on, the more that's gonna, I guess, show, the more that feeling of, like, okay, this has what percentage asset flip in it is going to feel bad because it's like, yeah, all right, that tree is a stock tree. I recognize it. I remember where they bought that rock. I remember where that building came from, that background, that
Yeah.
sunset, that field, that
I
forest.
think I think there's we're kind of skipping over something, which is there's a certain point where this blends into like absurdity, which is the stock pot sound effect.
Oh, for sure.
Public domain noise, it like makes me laugh every single time because it's almost never used like well. It's almost always like the wrong noise for the situation, and you're like, Jesus Christ, please, God,
Hmm.
anything.
Yeah. So I guess and it's just funny too because it's like you could have a game like Vampire Survivors where it's like these are like this is barely even trying to make
Boy, is it not.
a, a sprite that you don't recognize, and that's a tree because it is the abstract like clip art pixel art tree. But I guess my on to some degree it's like, okay, well, if you don't necessarily give a fuck about this and you're kind of like, yeah, who cares, you just the whole thing can be asset flip or not or whatever. Yeah, I'm like, in a like what like asset flip games that play and look like shit and feel like shit and are shit are like infinite hilarious YouTube content, of course.
They sure are.
uh God bless Blitz netcode and everything that era gave us, because we would never
Fucking
get
Blitznet code, man.
Goku versus Iron Man without it. But like, I guess I'm just like, if you're one of the people here that's like, yo, who cares, Wooly, or whatever, it's like, well, what percentage of asset flip is acceptable to you versus like, what's the cutoff point?
Hey, man, I
Is
don't
it
know, but I'll
10%?
know it when I see it.
Is it 20? If half of
You'll
the
know
assets
it
in a
when you
game
see
were
it.
bought, is that the amount? What's the amount? Yeah.
And obviously, asset flips are different when it's the same company using their own assets. So, like Resident Evil 4 remake, dude, there's a lot of RE7 and RE8 pots and crates and shit around. But like, yeah, no, Capcom made those. They're gonna use them.
You can go record your own Foley, but why? No, man, listen, just take the fucking Artorias flip and just make it spin a little bit backwards and off angle, and then he kind of lands slightly diagonally instead, and then it's yours.
I don't think that's how that works.
Just rotate so that he jumps in the air, and then he turns sideways and he spins horizontally instead.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's all you got to do. It takes 2 seconds in any 3D program. Or Genshin Impact.
I think there's no winning here, because I'm just thinking about like, what was a officially sanctioned like regular deal between companies for asset reuse was Babylon's Fall using Final Fantasy 14 equipment, and it looked like dog shit, and everyone was like, "This looks like dog shit," and it seems stupid, and that was official, right? Like I don't think there's any amount of reusing assets that most people like are care for. If they notice, they go, gross, bleh, bleh.
Yep. So, anyway, that's the story. And if you can not use Midjourney, where an artist can do something, that'd be nice too.
So, Wooly, here's the thing, right? The AI art thing has really been blowing up, and then we're talking about asset flips and stuff like that, and we keep talking about artists, and the problem is that non-artists don't like artists because artists use their time to learn a skill that the non-artist doesn't have,
Mm-hmm.
and the non-artist sees that as generally unfair,
Mm-hmm. Sure.
and
It's
resent them for that.
it's not fair that they took the time to master
It
their
is not
craft.
fair. It's not fair. Listen, you can fucking sing a song or play that instrument. I can't. What? Just so you, because you spent every weekend for your entire childhood learning how to play the trombone. You think you're better than me at
Damn.
trombone? Yeah. So
Damn.
what if you are,
Ass
idiot?
blown out. Fuck you. Fuck you, you loser. Fuck you for fucking doing what I can't do.
You know what it is? You know what it genuinely is? Like this entire
uh,
argument of like we're democratizing art. It is a salty Xbox Live message of just because you play the game all day doesn't make you better than me. You didn't win. You didn't win just because you're better.
I had a moment when I was reading Vagabond for the first time, and I got to like the middle of it when I can't understand how much detail is going into these pages.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking, I had a point where, and this was right, again, art school, yada, yada. And I was trying to draw my own shit. And I hated it so much.
Yeah.
And I just stared at this book and I was like, I think I would sacrifice an arm and years off my life to be able to fucking do what this dude can do.
Well, I have good news for you. All you need to do is sacrifice the years off your life.
So it turns out, evidently. Dear God, every time a mangaka has to come out and explain how much damage the process has done to them, it's fucking depressing.
Like that's the most tragic thing because you look at art and like let's say learning an instrument to some extreme level or learning how to draw to some extreme proficiency, right? And you hear people go, "Man, I would do anything to, be able to do that." And the artist responds with, "Would you do this?" And they
Mm-hmm.
describe the elements of
Mm-hmm.
working on it for
Mm-hmm.
decades. And the
Mm-hmm.
answer is no, I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give you a toe and you give me the ability to do it. I want to pay you $10 and then I
Yeah.
can do it.
Like 10,000 hours to mastery my fucking ass. Lol at your 10,000 hours.
Like it's like me going, God, I would do anything to be ripped and shredded like that guy, except for work out or eat
Actually
right.
work out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. I know. The thing is that I just remember that feeling because I was like, I was doing it, right? I was in the process of trying to learn how to do that. And like I was putting everything I could into it and I was learning about it from like I was taking classes and just looking at my output. And then I just fucking looked over here and just like I just hate I just hate my everything I hate my life. I hate everything about the fact that I can't see and then brain convert and then output ink brushstroke into this
Mm.
level of mastery, and to not have it like, to get in the weeds a little bit, like you can just be a photocopier
Mhm.
if you want to be, and that's a skill. You can take your Conte and your kneaded eraser and just do a grid and fill
Mhm.
in the grid square by square until you have a photo that you see someone post on Reddit to say, hey, look, I made a perfect charcoal drawing of somebody and it looks photorealistic. You can't tell the difference. It's
And
Michael
that's
Jordan.
incredible.
Holy shit, right? Also, make sure to take a photo of you standing next to it, because if it's just
Yeah.
the art, nobody cares. But if they see you, the artist, smiling next to it, it's a human connection, and they go, oh, you're a person that did this, and now I care more. All right.
No one thinks that.
That's a real thing on the internet.
No, I'm telling you, no one's gonna think an artist is a real person.
No, but the
The
post will
the
do better
the little
objectively.
drawing gremlins that make my TV show.
The
Mush
post will
gremlins.
objectively do better if you post yourself smiling next to your piece. But regardless, you can do that, right? The thing that like crushes me about Takehiko Inoue is that when I felt that way reading Vagabond, it wasn't just that it was the gridded, realistic, insane detail. It was that it was all so full of life. Like it had character to it. It has soul to it, you know? Like it's not just the blade of grass looking realistic. It's the emotion of the scene is still there despite how mechanical you're being. And that level of like mastery, which is I'm beyond the human photocopier, I'm also able to do extreme abstract and then find the perfect middle ground of both, is just it fucking I can't it hurts. You know? So I just like, yeah, fuck it. Insert Inoue Vagabond, comma, Art Germ Stanley Lau, comma, you know, big buxom, you know, and just press enter, and now my prompt will do all the work, and that feeling
and it's
goes
got too
away
many hands, and it's immoral because you stole everyone's art.
Comma Mura, comma.
Listen. Just do these 3 things. Work incredibly hard consistently for your whole life. Be somewhat naturally talented, and start younger than you are right now. Just go back in time. And start earlier.
Go back in fucking time. Yeah. Dash Zero, you know the deal. I've fucking like just how many years sacrificed off the light. Like if you could Death Note your fucking life bar, see the time that was sacrificed to get as good as you are at art. What would that number be? You know?
Okay. Hey,
30 years
out
off
there. young
many years,
artists out
man?
there, or not quite old artists out there working on your art. I have the non-artist, has the path to success for you. All right, get really good at anthropomorphism. Get really good at realistic stretching of the skin, inflation, and other weird ass shit. And you go find yourself a wealthy furry patron, and they will fucking take care of you forever.
Over the course of the pandemic, a friend of mine went from being pretty unskilled at art to being pretty fucking solid, and is now good, and is absolutely just sitting there in the FF14 RP draw my OC banging somebody world, and is like, that's where you sit and fucking rake it in. Just find your corner. Find the corner that wants that desperately and is willing to pay for it, and you got yourself a stew going right there.
Hold on, are you talking? I think I also have an acquaintance of mine that is in that exact same situation. Are we talking about the same?
I don't think so. Probably not. But it is a lucrative corner to sit in. You know, people did that back in the WoW days too. So, no.
Yeah. Okay, that's funny. That's hilarious. Because one of the people that has done art for my stream one day was like, what if I just started drawing a bunch of Final Fantasy 14 characters getting fucked stupid?
Mm-hmm.
And here comes the cash.
Yep. Oh, it's my OC? I can... Yeah, just get in there. You know? And then, when you
want to see your Final Fantasy 14 character get fucked stupid and are willing to pay for it, you can hit up Megboy Manuel on Twitter.
There you go. And... depending, and I remember too, back in college, there's a couple of people that like this. There's one girl that like drew loot stuff and then wanted to have a clean career as well, and it's like, oh, someone's gonna recognize your style, and that's, you're gonna see that face,
like
you're gonna see that proportion, and you're gonna be like, wait a minute.
Jimmy, what the fuck are you doing, Jimmy?
I know this style. Hold on. What is this alternate
that
name?
Lush shade underneath the eyeballs.
What is this alternate tag you've been... Oh, what are your posts? Okay. Yeah, subject matter tends to be the same. Okay. Whatever you say. Yeah. Good times. Good times. God bless, man. Um, I say, fuck it. Just keep it freaky on the main timeline. You know, let everybody know what you're about.
Dude, when I fucking
Get
occasionally
the
watch a
commissions.
video on
Get paid.
Twitter, like for stream purposes, I'm like fucking terrified. I set the video, I do the window capture, and then I like stare. Is any of the freaks on my timeline visible on this thing? No? Okay, good. Oh, thank God.
There are times when shit gets exposed, and you just gotta roll with it. You know, you just gotta. You can take the hit, and you can hide it in shame, or you can name the episode "Free Use Podcast." All
Yeah,
right,
you
moving
could.
on.
By the way, if you have trouble finding the artist I shouted out earlier, I just retweeted their commission tweet, so you can find them on my Twitter at PatStaresAt.
There you go. Next story. Check this out. After all this time, the Olympics is finally having an
Off with this story.
esports event. It just turns out, of course, that, well, hey, esports event, the game they've been teasing, right? I remember when the Olympics came sniffing around Street Fighter, and they were like, oh, maybe we can do something, and they were kind of investigating the situation. That was a whole deal, right? And you're like, okay, cool. So, what a perfect opportunity to have a lineup of games, like, for example, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, the fucking actual official thing, do some track and field, whatever you want to, or even just esports games people recognize. Or you can get Just Dance, Gran Turismo, chess.com, and every other game on that list could just be a mobile game.
Most of them are.
And call it a day.
Oh, you mean like virtual taekwondo? Do you know what virtual taekwondo is?
I don't.
It's a training program for taekwondo where you just stand
Sure.
in front of a camera and it asks you to kick certain targets.
Sure.
It's break the targets.
Tic Tac Bow. Tennis Clash. Fucking e-baseball Power Pro. Like, literally, there's chess.com, which, hey, guess what? Yeah, everyone that plays chess uses chess. Fine. Just Dance.
The point of an East variation of
Gran
chess.
Turismo. Those are titles everyone knows, but whatever, okay. And then just literally mobile game trash for every other category. And you're like, what? Why would this happen? And then you remember, because you're already aware of how the Olympic Commission is on the same level of, if not more corrupt than FIFA, and how it comes to town, how it steps on the neighborhoods it moves into, how they go through insane corruption scandals, people like being unpaid, like slave workers at times, to put shit together to get the ceremonies together in time, the briberies, the absolute fucking grift that is the entire Olympic setup that then leaves town and leaves a smoking crater behind. And you go, oh, yeah, well, of course this is what they're doing. How much is the mobile game company paying to be on that list?
Well, it's funny because all the mobile games are from Singapore, the country in which the Olympics is set to take place.
Are they?
Yeah, they are.
Huh. Interesting.
So weird.
Huh. Well, anyway, welcome to another layer.
Reason, however. There is a secondary reason, and it's the funniest thing in the world. The Olympics absolutely categorically refuse to consider any game for the esports category that features any depiction of violence.
Ah, yes, true. Violence is no good.
Boxing, Wrestling, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, fencing,
taekwondo. No.
fucking shooting clay pigeons, which used to be real pigeons.
No. Come on now. That's
I don't
it's
know. What
just
about
it's
the
sport shooting. It's fine.
famous
It's
Olympic sport of the pancration, in which the only rules were no gouging and no biting?
How about the sport of stabbing each other with swords?
Yeah, fencing. Yeah, biathlon
Uh,
has a gun. It's shooting.
no depictions. It's cool. Even though, once again, before this official rollout, they were working with and trying to run online Street Fighter 4 brackets or so, or 5 brackets, whatever it was, a couple years ago. You know, they were trying to see if they could get in. So, yeah, look, man, it's a fucking joke, and everything they do is corrupt and wildly unethical in some cases. And you're just like, of course, the games shit they're gonna get into is equally as stupid.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing for the Olympics. People got to watch the Olympics to some degree for the Olympics to keep running their racket, right? Like ads, viewership, etc. And it's like esports, like the kids, people our age and down. Yeah, some people love football and baseball and the hockey, right? But like no child, no adult is sitting there like, oh man, I can't wait for the fucking shot put. Ooh, I wonder how far he's gonna throw that fucking rock. No, everyone's like, hey, I wonder if Fruit Merchant or whatever is gonna come back to League of Legends or whatever.
For what it's worth, I think pole vaulting is rad as shit, and I love watching replays of people crushing pole vaults.
By crushing pole vaults, you mean getting their dicks annihilated by the pole hitting them on the way down?
No, I mean just doing the perfect like perfect vault, because the idea of running with a spear that is 3-4 times your length and landing it in a perfect notch and then bending it, like, it's such an insanely skillful thing to do. And then
So,
at the top it looks so graceful, and then you kick over, it's an athletic marvel every time, and I'm like, man, that's fucking wild that you know
so
how
I'm
to
going to
do
tell
that.
you right now. I'm going to tell you right now what I think the real reason for this esports contagion sealing off is about. Um, they don't want League of Legends and Street Fighter players at the Olympic orgy.
Oh
That's what's going on.
no. Okay, but hold on though. But they already made the beds that self-collapse, right? The cardboard beds.
What are they going to do? Fucking throw caltrops on every floor?
That's
These
step
are
2.
athletes. You can't stop them.
Once the cardboard bed collapses, you think they're going to not hold the pose?
Oh yeah, whatever.
It just makes it more interesting.
No, somebody at the Olympic Committee watched top 8 of Evo and was like, ew, gross. No. Banned.
Fuck me. I had a funny, but it's gone. Well, anyway. Yeah, no, I just I don't expect this to be anything but continuously embarrassing as the years goes on. And yeah, whatever.
Man, it's up to esports to make their own Olympics. Even more corrupt than the regular Olympics. I think they can do it.
Fuck. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say, but it's gone. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Where dosing is mandatory. You show up to the Olympics and you get a choice of Adderall or cocaine.
Okay.
And you must take it.
Here's the thing, though. Like, I understand that they want to avoid violence and depictions of violence under any and all circumstances. But what about the depictions of lewd sexual themes when it comes to chess.com? I don't know if you are aware of what's been happening in the chess world recently, but the chess
Is
world.
this the butt stuff?
This is the butt stuff.
Oh, yeah.
What are we going to do when it comes to challenging Magnus Carlsen on chess.com live on the esports Olympics, and we need to get a signal of the best move to play through our Wi-Fi enabled butt plug?
Well, obviously, what this means is that a full penetrative cavity search will have to be done to every chess participant immediately prior to their match.
Live on camera, of course.
Yes.
I
It's the only way.
I just think that the Olympics Commission might run into some issues if, lewd, lascivious sexual themes are to be avoided. But we have
You know
to
what
sit
I'm
and play
loving?
chess.
I'm watching at the chat, and like there are people that don't know about the ongoing like suspicions of butt plug based cheating in chess,
Well,
and are just losing their mind as to what the fuck we're talking about.
audience, it's my pleasure to inform you that butt plug based cheating is in fact the entire story. You just heard it. There it is.
Yeah, there are suspicions of chess players shoving vibrators up their asses
Well,
and
one in specific.
having specific moves vibrated at them
But the
in
problem
order
is
to
that,
win chess matches.
and he played against Magnus Carlsen, and he's so good normally that it's not outside the realm of plausibility, because it's like, well, he's definitely a skilled enough player to be fighting others at a grandmaster level, but is he putting in a vibrating butt plug that communicates the best moves to him for that little extra edge? And the masters he's played feel, yeah, possibly, because that's an unusual that sequence of events seemed suspicious.
Yeah, so the only solution is he must have cheated with his ass.
And
It's
this is
the only possible explanation.
I mean, there's nothing else on the table, nothing else exposed, So yeah, this is the world of chess right now. It's quite exciting, really. I mean, for the longest while, it's just been, can Kasparov beat Deep Blue, and here we are, going can Carlsen beat Deep Pink? All right. We got there. What else is going on?
I gotta take a piss. I'm
Yep.
I'm not holding it in after that.
BRB.
It's too exciting. Too exciting. Excuse me.
right. So, when I say hard-hitting, fast-paced JRPG action, your
Right.
mental association is
Hard-hitting, fast-paced JRPG action. I would think of I don't know. I'd either think of like Persona or I would think of Elden Ring. Technically,
well,
maybe
that was
Kingdom Hearts.
interesting, but that's the wrong answer.
Oh shit!
The correct answer is Golden Girls. You knew this.
I did actually know this.
More specifically, the Golden Girls Take Manhattan DX, a hard-hitting, fast-paced JRPG action game coming to you soon. They're making literally a Persona-style Golden Girls game.
The music in that trailer is fantastic.
So this is TGGTMDX on Twitter, which is the acronym for The Golden Girls Take Manhattan DX, of course. Yeah, we got a trailer showing off the gameplay, which is of course 100% canon, as specified. All the Golden Girls are there, and they're in Miami, and they're running around town. They're building up S-Links. They're unlocking personas. They're hanging out at the arcade.
Your main character that you're playing as in the overworld is Sophia, of course, the oldest of the Golden Girls.
And you got Blanche. You got everybody, and you got a bunch of clowns to fuck up. And it seems like they're putting a whole lot of effort into a Golden Girls shitpost because it's really a full 3D game here.
There's a whole clips. There's a shot of like they're talking to Sophia and just remember Sicily 1922, just like she starts every fucking story. But there's the Blanche about to do an attack, and the fucking character profile of Blanche comes up, and then the text box shows up and just says all lowercase suffer. That just, I can't.
I mean,
I can't.
I really, really hope that someone that is as talented on the music that you've been hearing is going to put together just the ultimate battle theme that just kicks in full on Shogi Meguro Lotus Juice style fucking baby, but just get the thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again.
And then it just goes into like a fucking huge solo.
Right? Oh, man.
This is going to be great.
Just like massive choir vocals, like the fog kicking in orchestral. And if you threw a party.
Like when we saw this and I hit the video and it started up, me and Paige were like jumping up and down, just like yeah.
Yeah. No, that's Oh, is this a thing that's been in the works for a while? Okay, apparently years ago this was announced. Well, a trailer just dropped, yeah, coming out this year on PC and Mac. So
somebody in the chat asks who would even be the final boss, and the answer is obvious. It would be fucking Stan. Come on. Get it together.
I gotta brush up on my Golden Girls.
Dorothy's ex-husband.
Stanley Dvorak. Yeah. Oh, look at that shit. Look at that fucking shithead.
Yeah, right?
This bald ass creeping around looking in the window. Fuck him.
Terrible. Fuck Stan. Stan's the worst. It's hilarious how he is the worst. He is the ex-husband.
He had an affair with a flight attendant named Chrissy.
Yeah, and then they got married and stayed together.
Oh, what a
Which is what
fuck.
that's the part, like when somebody leaves you and
Ooh.
you're like, oh my god, they left me for some younger woman, and you're like, well, hopefully that'll fall apart, but then it doesn't.
And then they stayed together.
Oh no. And then it
Damn.
doesn't.
No, that calls for an all-out attack, man. Fuck that. Yeah. No, this is good. This is good. Strong.
I know she left eventually, but that was like 2-3 seasons in. I gotta get back to watching all of the Golden Girls. Me and Pedro are about 2-3 seasons in. That shit is fucking shit hot to this day.
I mean, I think that the important thing too, gameplay wise, is that no one can ever die. They just have to hit 0 or 1 HP, and then they get tired and they have to go for a nap.
Yeah.
That's fun. We've also got another more detailed gameplay look at RoboCop Rogue City, which was announced some time ago. We talked about there's a RoboCop game coming.
Is this a real game or is this a fake game?
It's a real game. It just looks like it was from 2 generations ago. It's a RoboCop game. You're going to be him walking around town, scanning, telling creeps to drop it. It just looks 2 gens old, unfortunately. Also, it should be third person, and it's not. And that's unfortunate because you want to see RoboCop. But also the RoboCop vision makes sense because it's first person when he's scanning
I'm
people.
watching gameplay and like RoboCop is just mowing down like a bunch of like punks in their hideout. I'm like, what threat did these people pose to RoboCop?
Well, so this is the thing. When you watch the footage, this looks like the genre is an anti-cover shooter.
Yeah, like
because there's no cover. You walk slowly into a room, you pull the gun out, and you fucking blast everyone away as they just open fire on you, and you don't cover at all because you're RoboCop.
you're made out of metal.
You
You're
plant
a man
your
covered
fucking
in
feet,
Robo.
and you all of them, you just fucking light them up. Anti-cover.
This game looks silly as fuck.
It does. And again, you can see that it's not exactly cutting edge in visuals, but if it gets all its references in there, then so be it. Big Ed 209 boss battle. Get at least the likeness of Red Foreman if you can. You know?
He's alive. He's doing that 90s show, so you could get him in there.
Yeah. There's a lot you can shove in, but they're doing what they can with the budget they have, I suppose. But if this were end of 360, this would have been hype as fuck.
So I really want to point out that in media, RoboCop is one of the worst adaptable characters ever for any media that's not his own film. The guy has a top speed that is approximately that of Sophia from the Golden Girls. Like I don't know if you watched the RoboCop TV show, but like a huge amount of those episodes revolved in like trapping RoboCop in a building and then leaving the building faster than RoboCop could chase you.
I remember the I don't know if it was the TV show, but I remember the 3 TV movies that were made for Sci-Fi Network. And yes, his tech is already outdated. It tends to be the main deal every single time. Here's the thing though, right? Then you can have how about this? You got the Raiden of the game be 2014 RoboCop.
Yeah.
Who runs in and he can move faster. and he can do all the quicker
But he's
things.
less durable.
But he's less durable. But if he gets blown apart on the battlefield, they can just drop him into a new chassis, and he's good to go because body horror. You need to show.
You know, I
horror.
remember I've said it every time it's come up, but like we're watching the RoboCop 2014 movie, and you're like, this has no need to exist. And then you get to the one good part of that movie, and you're like, this movie has absolutely justified its existence. That is the scariest thing I've ever seen in any film.
Incredible. You know, what if I said Raiden as in the secondary, but also there's the part where Raiden gets to enjoy life from the jaw down, you know?
Yeah.
So
the mandible down, actually.
Sure.
His jaw is robot.
Lastly, for this game to do its job, we need an achievement for shooting 100 creeps in the dick.
That's right.
Don't even make it an in-game thing.
No.
Just let the Chivo drop when you shoot the 100th dick.
And you know what? It should be called our RoboCop achievement.
Perfect. Bo. Ready to go. All right. Last quick little heads up here. If you haven't seen the trailer for a film called Hidari that's coming out, it is a Kickstarter campaign that dropped. It is a stop-motion samurai feature film by Masashi Kawamura using wooden carved puppets inspired by the legendary sculptor Jingoro Hidari. And
wow, this looks hot.
It looks unbelievably fucking sick. It is stop-motion puppet action, and it's awesome. And
I like the puppets.
Yep. They show off a quick tweet of the fight scene. There's a 5-minute thing, and then they're going for the full thing. Holy fucking shit, man. Does this look unbelievable? And you want to talk about art that takes time off the artist's life?
Yeah.
This is how you do it. This is absolutely, because it's not, and like, you're like stop motion, you can do the, you know, like 2 keyframe up, punch, right? If you want to. But if you want to get that smooth slash, you've got to tell the wife and kids to fuck off for a couple weeks because you're in the lab moving it, taking a picture, moving it, you know? You're ignoring.
If you want to destroy the maximum amount of your own life force into art, you just pick up this stop motion shit right here.
Right? When the phone rings, you answer it and you go, shut up! You yell at your family and you hang up because you're doing stop motion. The most insane form of creativity and the hardest form of animation ever. They're doing it. And it looks really, really hot. So who are we to let the sacrifice on this director's life go to waste? Go check it out. And support if you think it's cool. Because no matter what happens, one way or another, that time's burnt. Those years are gone. Those family members are never coming back.
Those nerves in your hand aren't going to come back.
But that fight scene is going to look sick. Go look. It's called Hidari. Which I believe is also right in Japanese.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
I think
nothing.
it's Hidari and Migi. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. Migi is right. Hidari is left. Thank you.
Wow, Wooly. Even in other languages, you're confusing your left and right.
Embarrassing. That's good. That's good. We got one coming in from Spencer. Says, hey, Punch Dad and Grab Uncle. Longtime listener. Thanks for decade
Mm-hmm.
plus of entertaining, of
I
thoughtful,
just want to
enjoyable
point out
content.
that grab uncle sounds insanely nefarious.
Yeah.
Not
Uh,
good.
yeah. Well, what do you think about taking too long to say the word punch mom?
Funny.
or punch wife, you know?
Yeah, punch wife. There's a good one.
Gotta say it real quick.
Punch wife?
Question mark? No, you see, it's because the there used to be a punch wife, but now it's gone, and now the question is because we're not sure if the new version of punch.
Mm.
When I play CVS2 with my buddy, we use custom grooves to give us all tech and custom combos. We want a maximum style and anime
Sure.
moments, and we're not good enough to abuse it anyway. Playing Smash Melee is more fun when you mix in the modded turbo mode for wacky on-hit cancels and extremely fun, surprisingly competitive volleyball.
Yeah, sure.
I've unfortunately played hundreds of hours of League of Legends, but all of it in ARAM, the faster single lane mode.
Yeah.
Where I pretend
that mode is fucked up.
I pretend it's 5v5 Nidhogg.
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
So my question is, are there games where you swear the side modes, bonus, or modded rules, like the house rules, are more fun than the main game itself? Yeah, I mean, obviously, Fortnite became that embodied.
Yeah. Actually, that is Fortnite. Fortnite is house rules every day.
It's just, and then now there's house rules to the house rules because single player is not even a thing. You have the fucking battle royale, and now battle royale no tower is the real.
No slappers.
Okay, so
Fucking GoldenEye.
for me, I was gonna say GoldenEye, but not
Yeah.
no slappers. For me, the house rule was License to Kill.
Yeah.
I don't want to play other versions of that game. License to Kill is my fucking favorite.
Which one is that? I'm not familiar.
One shot death.
One shot death. Okay, so you want to play fucking Counter-Strike on the N64.
It was so much fun, dude. Like, you straight up, it's like you had to play so much tighter, you know? That was great.
I think a lot of card games that have the fuck it everything ever released for this format is viable.
Unlimited.
A lot of fun because you're not playing a card game, you're playing dice.
Sure.
And you're just hoping that your nonsense
Comes
that
out
is
first.
unbeatable in its own era can start rolling faster than theirs.
One of the classic ones is Kirby Air Ride City Trial.
Mm-hmm.
The City Trial is better than the main game, where you grab your 4 players, run around, grab the resources you can to build the fastest piece of shit cart you can build, and then you have to race them together. Tons of fun in that. Obviously, Triple Triad stands head high amongst all mini games.
Triple Triad is...
We can talk about FF8 if we want, but really, we're talking about Triple Triad.
Have you played Final Fantasy IX before?
No.
Hey, you're going to be really excited. They have a version of Triple Triad in there called Tetramaster.
But I've never heard of it before now, so it can't be that great, can it?
No, it's great. Don't worry about it.
See, because I heard about Pazak, and I heard about Gwent, and I heard about Triple Triad, but I've never heard anyone talk about the game from FF9, though.
Yeah, the main thing is the Tetramaster. People just call it Triple Triad for FF9. Don't worry. Don't think too much about it. In fact, don't look this up. It'll ruin the surprise.
No. I would have heard loving things about it up till now if there were any.
You're hearing it from me. I love Tetramaster. Tetramaster is super great.
Okay, I will just ignore the scrolling text. Who can read anyways? Whatever's happening to the side over there. I don't know. What are these people going on about? I can't read it. Anyways, to continue reading... what are some of the options that are funner to customize yourself? Geometry Wars is a really good game. I enjoyed the shit out of it when it came out. I very quickly learned to have more fun playing Pacifist than I did playing
Pacifist is a
regular.
completely different game.
It's
It's so
so
weird.
cool. It's so interesting. The way Geometry Wars phases start to shift when you're not killing anything, it's nuts, man. It's almost like Ikaruga on Dot Eater mode, right? When you just try to survive, don't shoot. It's different and it's a whole lot of fun. Um, yeah, and a lot of people swear by it. I can barely fucking. I don't think I ever really bothered, but the Chow Garden in Sonic
Fuck off.
Adventure. A lot of people are
Fuck off
like,
with the
Chow
Chow
Garden
Garden.
was better than the game.
Go to hell, everyone. Everyone
uh,
straight to hell. With your Chow Garden.
all right. One coming in from name not given. Hello, Willie and Pat. Please excuse the lack of honorific.
I'm good with that. More people can send those in. That's fine.
You're both fans of Elden Ring, like many other people, so I come to you with a question about balancing, or more so the fan reception to balancing. I see
Mm-hmm.
people complain about certain builds, like spellcasters, that trivialize the entire game. I'm not here to say that they're wrong. I do see how spellcasters have advantages over melee at times. However, I think many of these complaints fall under well, the game is easy enough that if you open the wiki, you can find out where all the OP stuff is variety. Elden
Yeah.
Ring is an open world game made by people who absolutely plan for people not going full 100% on their first playthrough. Comet
Mm-hmm.
Azure with the Cerulean Tier gets a lot of flack for both of these, but both of these are tucked away in optional areas. Selen does point you in the direction of Comet Azure, but Selen herself is an NPC that you can miss. Simply put, it just comes off as really disingenuous to see people complain about the balance of what are, in essence, perfected or near perfected builds in a game that has some capacity to accommodate people who take routes of least resistance and do little to no side shit. What do you
I think
think?
it's. I think that complaint is not the email person's complaint, but the complaint of like, this shit's so broken. It's like, yeah, you scoured an entire game world using a series of pieces of information you didn't originally have in order to like math out the best possible like combination of button. Like it's absurd. Like uh, the Elden Rings and Dark Souls balancing has been always the case of like they kind of don't want you to pick up and use something and for it to be abjectly useless. They want the game completable by the reasonable player getting reasonable stuff. If you combine a sequence of weapons in an unorthodox way with your stats with a certain accessory in such and such a way that you're doing, double whip bleed builds with that chain whip that does a double bleed on top of itself, and you're icing out bosses in 2 seconds, yeah, hey, guess what? That's your reward for thinking really hard about it and optimizing your character and finding this cool stuff. Good for you.
I would
That's a explicit reward.
I would say furthermore, as when we're not talking about PvP, but PvE is what we're talking about. The fact that there is a summon sign on the floor to call for help to demolish anything in your way option allows a lot of arguments to be mitigated because the player is given the power to annihilate the game at any given point. It's
I,
their
I cannot
discretion stopping it.
I cannot imagine anyone could ever sit there and complain about, I think that this thing's is too strong or whatever, when we're playing a game in which Mimic Tier and Tish exist as summonable NPCs,
Yeah,
right?
it's entirely up to player discretion how much they want to crush. So, I would say that like it's also kind of silly to design a game where you're going to pretend the internet doesn't exist in this day and age. Souls
Yeah.
games being the craziest example of that. If they went around and did things in a way where they're like, let's just continue to not account for the internet and facts and wikis and communities and discussions and shit, you're just pretending the world isn't what it is, right?
Yeah.
So that level of obtuseness that they get to in some cases allows them to, well, not the breaking wall in fucking Jedi and Sith manner or whatever, like that was obviously like a bug, but some of the obtuse things they kind of get to are like, yeah, we're willing to go this hard because the internet is working together to ARG this game, you know? You might as well acknowledge that and allow the game to be more interesting with the internet.
Yeah, it's silly. Like on my second playthrough, I wanted to play a magic user because I had gone a Jesus person on my first run. So I'm like, okay. So I started up the game, and then I went and got the Morning Star, and then I went and got I teleported to Kaled and got the Meteor Staff, and then I went to the dragon, and I used a gold pickle foul foot and killed the dragon with the Morning Star, and immediately went to level 34. Then I went and got Radagon's Source Seal from the thing. Then I drove my ass out to goddamn Liurnia and picked up this spell, this spell, this spell, this spell. Then beelined Ronnie, went through Ronnie's quest, got the Darkmoon Greatsword. Then I went to the fucking Crow spot with the Moog blood thing, leveled myself up to level 120, got the spell I wanted from this location, and now I'm good to go to play the rest of the game. And I don't care if I made it easy for myself because I already beat Elden Ring the fucking week it came out. I don't need to prove to anybody. I just want to hang out and hit the button and kill the thing.
In Dark Souls 2, if you go to Brightzone Cove Seldora and drop down and you deal with the spiders, you find a bunch of fucking villagers and attacking ambush people and some pigs. And one of those pigs, if you lead it across the fucking bridge past the miners, go into the place, deal with all the enemies and spiders and bullshit, and allow it to survive the entire pathway treacherously through and guide it, when it gets inside the building, it will dig up a fucking scythe?
Pickaxe.
Or a pickaxe, which is a garbage pickaxe, which is one of the worst items in the game, but that's one of the only ways to get it.
Yep.
Like, if that was not there for the internet to collectively figure out, I don't know what the fuck is. You know? It's not even a good weapon.
It's a terrible weapon, in fact.
Yeah.
I can understand people complaining about FromSoftware balancing and like certain miracles. You're like, I'm winding up for 10 seconds and this miracle does like the damage of one swing. Yeah, okay, that's lame. But everything should be pushed up rather than things necessarily pulled down. And the idea that you need to balance around, well, you can't make it too easy. So fucking who cares? Why not? Why not? Why? So people who try cool shit don't get to have cool shit happen? Stupid.
So I'll keep it I'll keep it hard. Nothing cool is there, and then I'm going to summon 5 friends and they're going to just demolish the boss. And hey, look, it's Millennia phase 2 over. Yeah, no, straight up. That being said, if you yourself want to feel the game at whatever level you want to play it at, you self-impose it. You know, I loved my build in that game. I had a lot of fun with the way I set things up, and you know, anytime you kind of walk past a summon sign and don't use it to walk into a boss, you're already self-imposing rules. You know, anytime you try to achieve a stylish rank in a game that says, hey, don't use items or whatever, you're self-imposing rules, you know? So there's no point in pretending that we're not already doing that. Put the cool shit in. Why not? Fuck it.
Like there is a game for that explicit type of personality, and it's Sekiro. Sekiro has taken that approach.
Ooh.
And it's like, there's no way you're making this easier. You can only make it harder. Because you can only use these tools.
But there's no PvP to worry about in that game either, right?
Yeah, but who cares?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about PvP.
Last one coming in. Chatterbox says, Dear Wooly Liar Mattern and Pat Red-Faced Boivin, believe it or not, these are actually pretty good classic gangster names. Pie Stealer doesn't seem to have the same bite for some strange reason. Anyways. One of the Mario Puzo original books that served as a prequel to the events of The Godfather has a chapter where Don Corleone survives an assassination attempt where he gets shot in the face, leaving the lower half of his jaw partially paralyzed. People don't realize this, but this aspect of the character was incorporated into the film adaptation, which is the legendary performance of Marlon Brando, who read the books and famously went so far as to stuff cotton balls in his mouth to restrict
that's
his
why he
mouth
talks like
movement
that.
to simulate Vito's facial paralysis. That's pretty fucking cool. I didn't know that was the reason.
Did not know that.
I bring this up because this fascinating tidbit is one of Hollywood's most iconically famous acting roles, but it's never referenced or explained at all in the actual movie. You'd only get this if you read the books or went behind the scenes. So it similarly doesn't take away from the movie, but it begs the question, can you think of something iconic or beloved by fans in the realm of games that's never explained in the story's context?
I can't think of anything right off the top of my head.
I mean, that's
so
a
I
really
can
cool
think of Dead
backstory.
Space is... What's that?
Oh, well, I was going to say that's a really cool detail about the backstory. I mean, I've got something that comes to mind. They're just roommates.
Yeah.
That was the game.
People are in the chat are pointing out Nier, in that, yes, Nier is about 9/11.
Oh.
Like full stop.
But is there not reference in the game in the form of, like, if you use the Drakengard ending, if you use ending E, if you have the, like, there's enough loose shit. Even the fact that the Yorha stage plays were, like, in text form. Like, there is loose threads in there to refer to those things, right? Something like that, like Don Corleone's getting shot, completely outside of the game. Yeah, no, well...
You know what? I just thought of a different one. Paige, we were doing Devil May Cry 3, and the phrase Tony Redgrave came up.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
and
sure.
she's just sitting there going, Tony Redgrave?
Sure, yeah.
Why the fuck was his name Tony Redgrave? To which somebody correctly pointed out, the reason why his name was Tony Redgrave at some point was because he used to be a fucking Resident Evil character.
And I mean, shit, like, the photo of the twin white-haired babies with the Umbrella logo shining through on them just shows you an alternate reality of what the fuck could have happened, you know? Dante and Virgil as Umbrella test babies would have been fucking nuts. I
feel like we still kind of got there with Jake. And the Whisker children.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if there's definitely stuff like that, though. Like Gaster in Undertale for sure as well.
Oh man, by the way, I really want to point out, this is way out of context, but do you remember, Wooly, when the RE4 people, when journos were getting a hold of RE4's Remake's demo, and they're like, we found the dog dead in the bear trap, and all the Resident Evil heads were like, I don't think that's fucking, I think that's bullshit, maybe. And then the demo comes out, and it's some fucking, like, dark gray black wolf that's an enemy that's caught in one of the bear traps.
Every dog is that dog, though. Shut up.
It's literally not that dog. Like, when I saw it, I say, hey, it's not that dog. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, you ever
It's not even a dog, it's a wolf.
You ever see what happens when a corgi gets bred with a not corgi?
Yeah, they become a corgi with the other animal's head on top of it.
Isn't it amazing?
It's the funniest thing. It's like every time you would think that there'd be some variation. Nah,
it's
man.
a texture swap. It's
great.
It's corgi plus breed. It's wild. Yeah,
You
just
don't know,
literally
like look up husky corgi or like Doberman
look up
corgi.
corgi, any animal, any other type of dog mix, corgi husky, corgi
Corgi
Doberman,
Labrador, corgi
anything,
retriever.
all of it, and all you'll see is dog of normal like recognition that you know the breed, and then it's corgi proportioned. It has corgi legs. It's super wild.
Where did this come from?
Punch Bob showed it to me the other day, and I'd never seen
Oh
it
man, it's
before.
hilarious.
It's
It's fucking
incredible.
hilarious.
It's nuts. I forgot how we even. Oh
They're
yeah,
just tiny.
yeah. Just take the legs and corgi them. Just go smush, and then keep the same head. Unbelievable. All right. We were talking about the products of incest and breeding, and that was post.
So what
Game
you're
of Thrones
saying
talk.
is that if you
That's how we got there.
oh my god. So if you're saying that if you grab a incest batch of freaks that all look exactly the same, and then you mix them with a regular dog, aka Ned Stark, they come out looking like a weird version of the Ned Stark? Is that what you're saying?
You can have the same head, but who knows what's happening with the body. Let's go
Oh,
find a Targaryen and the mountain, and let's see what happens.
isn't he a zombie?
Yeah, but whatever. I mean, you can still,
Okay.
science,
Is it?
whatever. Just get some Clegane Targaryen mixes going.
No, I'm not going to do that.
All right, well.
And with that, I'm going to leave.
Coward.
Bye.